do some stuff to get myself good to go here. All the posting things. Say hi, tell the Discord. Ooh. What you should watch. Yes. Discord. All right. With that going, told the Discord this. Post over here in this other Discord just to kind of cover everyone's everything. I didn't burn restream chat. Saying. I should do half this stuff beforehand, but you know. People to chat. Also some time to really get in here, because you know. It takes people a minute. Oh, this is the promotions already. Okay. I've pretty much posted everywhere that needs to be posted. Ended like I've been useful. Something, whatever passes for useful in my world. Oh, it's not a whole lot. Sleep like what? I managed to get home and get sleep like 1 additional hour, which was awesome. Like, yep, what I'm doing now. All that set up. Yeah, I was making it so these don't appear up here. If they are doing that. It should be set to be pretty low, so if the player is too far away, they won't start up. I almost want it to be based on the room the player's in, but if I do that, then I have to have them call like the level thing or call Poppet. There you go. That's perfectly acceptable there. Of course, I'm not sure how far it needs to be. There's no easy way to tell, so I'm just gonna eyeball it, I suppose. I need to work in this room, but probably not the floor above. The floor above is really far up, so. Okay. I could make those randomly shoot. I don't even know. Oops. Never even fixed the water. Run to the side here and see just how far it is. I probably need to be like 5,000 or something like that. Hey, Mike. How's it going? Yeah, it's not far enough away. Need to be a bigger distance on this. Make it like 6,000 or something, just a big distance. A slight optimization here. Yeah. Nice, nice. How's your Halloween going? Well, I guess it's probably over for you by this point. How did it go? I think all these are currently working. Boing, boing, boing. It shuts off way over there. That's unfortunate. I'm just gonna start out over here so I don't gotta jump over here. Tweak the number to like 8,000 or something. That's fair. I was telling the clerk at Trader Joe's yesterday that I don't even bother to even keep the lights. I don't even do Halloween candy give outs because the last few years nobody ever came. So it just we end up with like $30, $40 worth of candy just sitting there, and I'm like, ooh, I don't want this. Like, not what I was hoping for, you know? So, yeah, about that. That's a lot of candy. But I mean, even though I'm out in farm country, every single house is just dark. Like, I don't think anyone in the entire neighborhood is doing it. You got one? Nice, nice. Yeah, it's not like when we were kids, you know? When we were kids, they you really got to do some things that just aren't possible in this day and age. Looks like it works far enough out that I don't care. I'm gonna go up here because the reason I wanted to turn this off is I got tired of particles in the way on a room that shouldn't have them. Particles that big. That's fair. The I woke up like about an hour and a half ago or something like that. And I came home from work and just passed out. So if anybody had wanted candy, I wasn't gonna hand it out anyway. This did not do as intended. If you look down, it turns on, but if you look up, it turns off. Okay, so it's based on the camera distance. Try 9,000. I might need to add all these to the H load though, which might also fix the problem. Actually, let's just add everything to the H load at this point. Let's just get this out the way, you know? H load. What's the LOD? Not everything can be added to the LOD is what I'm hearing? That's interesting. Right. Wonder what can't be added to the LOD. Well, let's go to each thing here. Yeah, probably a good idea to have a bag of candy. And there's a lot of unsorted crap. Oh, the group actors. I hate group actors. They're useful for positioning things, but you basically want to get rid of them ASAP afterwards. Do not do those to the H slot. That makes no sense. But it doesn't do LOD. Huh. I was just going to add everything and get it over with, but seems that's not happening yet. Can all these be added to it? Sure can, but they already all are. From the look of it. How's your game going? You got to work on it, or are you still doing art? Here's the ones without the H load. That's fair. Not going to do itself. Needs your help. I made a couple of new rooms last night. I worked on them. Fixed some things too, but working on a library with pathways up above you can get to. And I'm probably going to hide stuff in the drawers too, so you can open the drawers to find items. Started building a pathway out here so I could hide a key all the way out here. Just for funsies. I also started building this room with more of these Aerophant stuff. And fun landmines that explain what to do with them. Need a step here, please. Pretty good, Mikey. Just showing off my fun landmines here. Probably shouldn't stand on them. Probably a bad idea. Actually, almost dead. No. Wait, I can reverse direction. Insanity back for this thing. I've never used that thing, but I guess it does technically do that. This counts as being in the light, even though I'm not really in the light, but... Got the, I have the lights on right now. But yeah, this one's a quick way up. You just go... And it in fact does exactly what it says. It is a quick way up. For a little bit of damage. What a deal. I'm gonna put advisory things on my landmines because I think they're awesome. They don't get out much. Yeah, overall things going up pretty good. Working on a Hall of Records room, which is this one here, which then branches off into 3 potential directions. There's a pipe that leads all the way, well, past this room here, and then up into, hard to see it. It leads up into this room up here, which I need to do something with. And then between these is actually a mouse hole. It goes into the next room. It pops out over here. Like a little tunnel in the wall to get there. And then up here there's a hole you can break in the wall to get to, apparently, into the library that I'm working on. So now I need to, I'm planning out the last few rooms where they're going to go and trying to decide if I need a stairwell or not. Because technically you can get down to the next floor by going to here, and I kind of want them to go to Hidden Grotto next. But there's also a stairway that you can do that with. But the stairway's boring. You know? It's just boring. So, plus I screwed up the floor up here. There's supposed to be a hole in this, and I didn't select both at the same time, so there's no hole. Mistakes were made. I turned this into a full floor too, so I got to redo this floor. That's okay. You're not going to come up to this area for a while yet anyway, and I'm probably going to expand this out to be the Toy Maker's Workshop, this big, huge area. Get part of it in here, you know, random dead characters and things like that, but I need all the assets, so I haven't done it yet. I should have got one of these with all the drawers in it. Maybe that'll happen. I don't know. Do people want an RPG? Actually, it's a Metroidvania on early access. But I am getting somewhat farther. If people think they would like the early access, I mean, I consider it. What I really want is a product like the first portion of the game, like the first area, to be super solid. Like, you know, to the point where you just can't not like the game. Basically like a demo almost, effectively. And then I want to kick it out the door towards, like, you know, at least having a Steam page and the demo so people can wishlist. But maybe early access is an option. I mean, that would be pretty cool since I do have, you know, a stream and people can let me know about it. Originally, I was just going to have the Discord do testing, but that would be one way to do testing. Yeah, it doesn't need to be like perfect. It just needs to be like awesome, basically. Like when you play it, I want you to really, really like what I'm offering in the beginning. Because if the start of your game isn't good, it doesn't matter if the rest of your game is good. No one gets past the start of your game. So, yeah. I mean, I want the game to be like, you know, just. I mean, I want people to really be excited for the game. It's not a AAA game. It's never going to be a AAA game. That's not the level we're talking about here. But to be fair, most AAA games these days kind of suck. Looks at that recent Star Wars game. That looked more like a AA game at best. I don't know. But you don't want to kick a game out the door that isn't good. Like if the game is like mediocre, or like you're not going to get a lot of traction in it. And this game is supposed to be like, you know, like I want to make it good. But I'm also not like a full-time game dev or anything like that. I have a job, so I don't have to kick it out the door. But the plan was originally to try to release it next October, which would be about 19 months, no, 21 months total. Did you? Nice. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm working on. I want it to be fun. I can't put this on itch, sadly, because the game will be way too big. Yeah, if you made that's better than most game devs ever make. That's impressive. Well done. But we'll see. I really want to get up to the first major boss settled, which largely consists of the 5th floor. And then the other floors will happen later. Like you travel into one room on the 4th floor, and it's just because one of the rooms is bigger. This room. But other than that room, you will just basically stay amongst the 5th floor. I just need to finish up the remaining rooms here and add content in them, basically. Which, I mean, a lot of the content is just going to be collectibles or stuff like that. Okay, if you worked in game marketing, that makes a big difference, yeah. A lot of game devs just they ain't got the game marketing chops, and that's really, I think, what's the most important skill of all of them. I too don't really have a lot of game marketing chops, but then again, I figure if I stream it and build a community around it, I mean, game marketing, right? Maybe even make a little bit of scratch along the way. I don't know. I mean, I'm 2 followers away from affiliate on Twitch, so just saying. And like, started streaming there, I think, a few weeks ago. So yeah, it might be interesting to see what happens with that. But yeah, I don't know. I just want the game to be amazing. If people just really want to play it. And I made the mistake one time of releasing a game along the way and working on it as I went, and that game just crashed and burned. It did terrible. So because what I found is you get one chance when releasing a game. Perhaps, but YouTube videos don't really make money. Like, if streaming, you can make money much easier if you want to. Plus, it's also more fun because with YouTube video, well, and easier to do. With YouTube video, you got to do all this stuff to try to make, you know, like, devote time that isn't on your game. Whereas with streaming, I'm streaming working on the game, so it's just doubling up my time. But my theory is that, you know, I'm going to rely on essentially finding the contact information of every single YouTuber or streamer who's into doing Metroidvanias and be like, hey guys, here's the key to a 3D Metroidvania. And show them, like, you know, some of the stuff for it, because in the world of Metroidvanias, everybody just makes 2D ones, so a 3D one is already somewhat unique. I'm going to rely on that to really get my name out there, because let's just be real here. Being an influencer is a full-time job, and so is a game dev. And I have a regular job. That would be 3 full-time jobs? Oh, yeah, right. I'm never getting all that done. There's only so many hours in the day. I'll borrow one of these and make floaty books. That's fair. I need to find a way to get playtesting done without people being able to steal it. That's my biggest worry. It's like, okay, well, how am I gonna do this so people can't just, you know, take it and put it like on Steam themselves? Like, yeah, this is the game I'm making. Means I probably have to have it on Steam first, right? And then I need to have something that's good enough for a Steam page. Oh, maybe Ponton, maybe that's have to be something along those lines. I don't even know. I'll have to look into it. The game's not really at a level where I think like that it's even in a playtest worthy state. Well, I mean, if you devote all that time to something, I've seen plenty of thieves in my life. Hell, I've been stolen from plenty of times in my life. So my trust is not incredibly high. It's there, but that's fair. I appreciate the advice. I will I don't know. Right now the big one of the big hurdles is I'm waiting for a major sale on the Fab Market so I can buy the assets for the first room. I also don't have any kind of cutscenes, and the story is not really there yet. So it would really just be, it's not there yet. Really not there yet. Maybe. Where to put this thing? Right here. This will be a Hierophant room. I appreciate the confidence, Mikey. I really do. It's Why, thank you. Yeah, it's been really encouraging, especially now that I'm also streaming on Twitch. You know, between that, people have been really just enthused by it. I just, you know, it's hard to, you know how it is as a game dev, you know, it's hard to get your name out there, and people just don't, you don't really get a lot of responses to things. Like, I'll post on social media and get nothing. It's like, okay, cool. It's like, does anyone even like what I'm making? They come to Twitch and it's been pretty good. And YouTube also, to a point, too. YouTube's doing a little better lately, too. Are you Ponton? Man, 2 projects at once. Oof. I don't know how I feel about 2 projects at once. Sounds awful. If they're small projects, I could see it. Man, 2 projects at once. Oof. Can't says I love that idea. Gonna have possessed books around here. Doing possessed book things. I don't really know where I'm trying to go with these at the moment, but that's okay. I have to. That's fair. The thing about YouTube videos for getting things like that is a lot of people make them and they just don't get the awareness. Like, they just don't, the algorithm doesn't pick them up. I see a lot of game devs who make them and they just, nothing happens. But I guess, to be fair, I have a somewhat visually appealing game. I really do need to market things. Like, you are 100% correct. I've kind of been waiting until I have something that's truly impressive to market, but yeah, I got there yet. You know, build a little stairway up here for some reason. I don't really know why there's a stairway of possessed books up here, but I'll often put some sort of reason later. Is it Ponton? Huh. What are the projects? 30-second videos teasing things are enough. Really? I haven't really ever seen anyone post 30-second videos. Like, are you just talking about like shorts or something? I never look at shorts, ever. Which would explain why I wouldn't know if they're 30-second videos or not. That is true. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, the shorts algorithm is definitely a thing. I walk right backwards off it. Oh, that's beautiful. Also, soon when I show the Hierophant off, I won't have to show the same thing. It does seem to. I really should be making something that's like those. I think this weekend when I have time, because I've been working like, you know, 8-hour days and then coming home and streaming like 6 to 8 hours most days. So, I haven't really had time since I started doing this, but given the response I'm getting, I probably should. I'm gonna need that to be higher up by far. Want me lower down before? Or by the bookshelf thingy, or by the thing here, so I'll give you a reason to jump on that. Hard to gauge how far Poppet can jump. That's good to know, Mikey. Like, I am super excited by any marketing advice at all because I know absolutely nothing about it. So keep the marketing advice coming. I am down. I will make some. I think this weekend I'll try making shorts or something like that. I haven't done any kind of anything on YouTube besides streaming. Do that there. I should almost make these grabbable, but I can also grab this too. Try to grab that. Fail. Ball. Nice. This room's not set up good for destinations, but that kind of wasn't the point of the room. It's supposed to set it like a regular room, and I need to hide the platforming in it. What's going on here? A card battler and a fighting game, huh? Those are two very different genres you're working on there. That is, huh. I'd think you'd almost be doing like something that kind of crossed over a bit, but that's fair. Code Monkey stuff, I am subbed to him. I haven't actually watched many of his videos yet, but I am subbed to him. That is... I remember he had some good advice on something, and then I don't know, I just haven't got back to it. I appreciate it, Mikey. I'll have to join the Discord or something like that. Yep. Taking November off to write a whole script, huh? I wish I could take November off to write a script. Don't get me wrong, I do plan on doing some writing during November, but yeah. 3D fighter with each card battles or something. I mean, that'd be kind of cool. Be like the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters thing in the anime where, you know, they play the card and then the monsters pop out and fight. I remember some friends of mine ages ago when we saw that, we're like going, you know, if the game were really like that, I don't think we'd actually play the game, but we would have, you know, like summoned all the various monsters and just kind of floating around with us the whole time. Would have had every single one of the attractive female monsters wandering around like my posse. Just because I'm a terrible person. And then one menacing looking one to keep, you know, act as a bodyguard. Well, thanks, Mikey. And, you know, the whole making the scratch, that's the first phase. That whole, you know, proof that what I'm doing is good enough for people is really, I think, the phase I'm trying to reach. Once you get that, it's got to be an amazing feeling. Yeah. See you in December, and good luck with that script. I'll see about swinging by Discord and everything. Those are okay for getting places. I gotta make these move around more, I think. You can kind of bounce off them if it's not active, but I just gave the Hierophant like 2 rooms ahead, so I have to put Hierophant stuff in. I also need to put items in these that move with the drawers. Because the drawers will move, but the item inside wouldn't move because it's not attached to the drawer, so I'll figure that out. I plan on doing an action-adventure game as a single-player mode to 3D fighter. Nice, nice. So, I mean, an action-adventure game is basically a whole game in its own right. Are you sure you want to toss that into a fighting game? Because fighting games usually have their own special mechanics. I mean, I remember some of the old Tekken games used to do stuff like that, and even Soul Calibur kind of tried, but as someone making an action-adventure game, well, Metroidvania, which is basically an action-adventure game, I can tell you, there's a lot involved that I'm not sure you'd want to make for a fighting game, right? I mean, maybe you would. Possible, I guess. See about the Discord link. Sure. And I'm a member of Mikey's Discord too. I don't have time to chat in it right now, but I'm a member of it. If I don't do things immediately, I will not remember. I know exactly how I am. There's just tough things to do there. Tough things to remember. Oh yeah, yeah. 3D fighters are just the rarest of breeds. They're hard to make though, so I mean, just the interaction between all the stuff fighting is just, and the AI for it's just incredibly. But still, whereas action adventure games, well, 3D action adventure games probably aren't as common, but there's still a lot more than fighting games in the indie space in general. It's just a thing. We're gonna send more haunted books. I mean, I'm gonna make it where you, like that's how you travel between things, I suppose, in this area. Kind of. Okay, I'm gonna turn the lights on. I can't see what I'm doing. Struggle is real for that. I'm probably gonna want to have some like fights on top of these or something. I can hide some stuff up here. I'm sure this room is gonna get some additional changes along the way. The big problem is these things are essentially ladders, and that is both good and bad. These are not very ladder-like, which makes me kind of want to replace some with ones with drawers, but it's supposed to be a library, so I want to put a bunch of books on them. But many of the books aren't going to be movable if there's like a lot of them. But yeah, as far as your game goes, Ponton, I mean, like, it sounds like you should just focus on your card battler. Like, if you got one that's like getting there to market, I mean, I would finish that one before I even wasted time on a second one. Yeah, it seems. Get that sweet cash, you know, a little bit of scratch to help fund the rest of it. I could mix this up a bit. I'm gonna grab one of these for a second. Come to me, come to Papa. Require this thing here. The drawer is already perfectly set. There's no collision on, there's no grabbing things on top, but that's okay. Group on this. Come on, come on. But I'm mixing it up a bit. No, that's not gonna work. Not even kinda. Well, you know, because I'd have to like go back to like this with it, which would give less space between. I mean, I guess there's no reason I can't have additional shelving units in here, right? If I want. Get the long hallway going on. The problem with these is it doesn't really do much to put them there. I guess I could just put something up higher and do that, but without like books or something. I guess double jump could be a thing later. When am I handing out double jump? I gotta decide that because I want double jump by the final room because can't reach these otherwise, right? Okay, fair. The friend just figured it out, huh? Yeah, like I need the double jump to reach these up here so you can grab. Well, try to grab and fail. I'm terrible. There we go. I wanted that so you get up here and visit these, and I kind of want to get before this fight, but I might not want to get before the fight. Let's see if I can jump over the wall. Oh yeah, I ain't jumping over that. Double jump or nothing. Well, actually, wait. Let's see if I am jumping over it. Don't shoot me up here. You suck. I didn't get hit by it, but sucks goes in. Ow, suck. Okay. Oh, I can get over. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Huh. That's fair. People actually being busy with their own stuff. Who does that? That's weird. I need this thingy here. And let's get one of the splines. Let's make the spline even taller. Oh. That's not quite what I was aiming for. I guess I can't do that. Does not actually make it taller. Or I guess I positioned it in such a way. I guess I had to give him double jump after the fact. So I guess the reward for winning is double jump, huh? Okay, well, how am I locking away double? Well, I don't have to lock away anything. I can just put double jump up here on one of these pedestals and they can't reach it. Well, damn. What am I doing with this? I don't want them to get out of this, and I don't really want to have to reposition the whole thing, just making it taller. Plus, I want them to be able to see the various toys watching during the fight. Those pesky game devs are busy with his own games, so can't spare you 3 hours, huh? You just got to convince him to stream his game so you can talk to him at the same time. Stream the game? Yeah? What all the cool kids are doing. And really, who doesn't want to be a cool kid? Oh, okay. NDAs are so weird because if they're not in your country, I don't really know if the NDA does anything. I always wonder about that. It's like, well, if they're not in my country, they sign an NDA. I guess this is just going to push them all no matter what I do. So I don't really like this plan here. I can't really change these. Oh, actually, wait. Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. I just had it done like that. Let me see how big it is now. It does kind of mess with the visuals, but if I give him double jump beforehand, I don't know. I don't know if you should have double jump yet. I'll think about it. He's already a publisher-backed version of your game. Damn, I guess he would know a lot about that. That's awesome. Oh, I ain't getting over this. Actually, I don't know if I hate this, because you can still see the dolls. Oh, look at Oliver. Where you at, Oliver? You can only kind of see him, though. There's no way you're getting over this. It's not happening. Oh, I don't have double jumping. I didn't pick it up. Can't even test. Nice. Because it's sitting over here and I didn't grab it. I need to put a bunch of secrets in for double jump. Do you have a reason to go back to the 5th floor and grab them all? Oh. Come on. Candles really weren't meant to be jumped on. They were a little awkward. Okay, it's pretty... I don't think you can actually jump on the candle flame itself. I think the collision is just too awful. You can jump up here. Oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. 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 Huh. Apparently these are a problem. I didn't even think about these being a problem, but... You can get high enough up on these, though. You can only get so high. Fair enough. That's good to know. Yeah, I don't think you can get out at this point. I guess I don't hate how tall those are. The spikes in front of them. And it's not like double jump really helps you in this fight that much. So let's say I hand out double jump. Where am I doing it? Okay, it's fine in this fight. I can have it beforehand. This will let you get up to here, which I might make a thing where you have to talk to like maybe some of the toys first or something before you fight this battle. And then have Voodoo come out of this case. Like the case opens and she jumps out. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, obviously I just have her spawning in here, but... We'll see on that. The double jump has to be... I don't know if I want to hand it out here, though. Oof. Guess I haven't done anything with the washroom yet. I guess I can tentatively hand it out here. That does not look at all like a tarot card. Yeah, I can just open these, right? Let me put it in here. What did I just do? Duplicate? Don't do that. No, you. Nope. I want it floating this way. I think you can just open these. Let me check. Might be the first time I've ever opened a cupboard on stream. So, Ponton, do you have anything you can show people about your game? I like that this is in here. Now I need to have more cupboards, because I just like having them. What are these? Oh, I should actually have the Discord thingy up too. Okay, and then after all, the theory is that if I'm going to do any kind of internal testing, it'll probably be people off the Discord. Can't imagine any world where I just pick people who I don't have any way to contact or talk to. Would be strange. Discord. At the top of both these fine thingies here. And it here. Whenever the stream is done, it can be done with that. That's great. said. I don't know. You should definitely, you know, send it my way. If you have, I'm using Restream.io, and you can do stream to 2 different locations for free with that. So it's so far it's worked pretty good. Every single Twitch stream has been using that. That's actually how yeah. I didn't bother to pay them yet. I don't see any reason to pay them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if you pay for additional ones, I thought about paying just like a stream to, like, you know, Rumble and Kick, but you just lost your sub? Like, I see. Let me fix this cupboard. Yeah. That sucks. Could have been making use of all that. I need to make a new cupboard that I guess matches these ones here, because the white one doesn't exactly match. But I realize I want cupboards to hide things in, because I want, you know, to look for things. This kind of makes the magician almost required. I should probably replace crap like this, which does not have a, which can't be opened, with ones that can. Thanks for the follow, Photon. Photon, sorry. You want to say Photon, but Photon. Yeah, the thing I found about YouTube is, yeah, getting viewers on YouTube is hard. It's really hard. You don't even know. Well, you do know. It's like, I think the most I ever get on there was like 8 to 10 people. But I've also streamed, like, I don't even know, a couple hundred times on YouTube to get to that point. Yeah, YouTube isn't very good for it. The best advice I have for streaming, besides having a good microphone, because if you have a bad microphone, you're never going to be a streamer, is to stream consistently at the same time. Adjust the time. And then to also find a time that is a time when there aren't a lot of people doing it. It's like, you know, if I stream during prime hours on even on Twitch, you know, for something like that, I have to contend against so many other people, and just getting up to the top, even on YouTube the same way, just getting to where you can actually be seen is really hard, because once you've you know, kind of gotten anywhere up there, then it tends to send you more people. So success breeds success. Same thing with YouTube, really. Like, if your previous stream gets a bunch of views, then your next stream will get a bunch more views because they think people like you. So you just have to keep doing that. But even then, I've kind of found YouTube is not very great for streaming. I just do that because I picked up some people for the Discord along the way, and that's kind of cool, you know. Yeah, it's been slow growing. I actually thought people hated my game because of YouTube. I just thought that everything I was doing terrible because YouTube was just like, yeah. I come to Twitch and they're like, you know, I'm doing pretty good on Twitch, and I'm like, huh, okay. Clearly this changes everything. My entire opinion of the whole world is different now because I thought people hated it. I was like, I gotta make my game even better. I gotta do something. Oh my god. And yeah. Yeah, that's just not the case. So yeah. Awesome, thanks. Does it have any copyright claim stuff? Can I successfully stream it, or will it cause me problems? I see. Well, I don't worry about being too family friendly. So that's cool.
Go ahead and defend. Here we go. I need to see this. And of course, I have this shit here.
I need to learn to use breakpoints. I never really have. I didn't even know they existed until Graham mentioned them.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, it fucking worked.
I appreciate all the waifus. As a connoisseur of waifus, I greatly appreciate all waifus. Preview one battle play out. Huh. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Zeppelin21. Nice. Oh man, I hit the follower goal. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god. This has been a very good few weeks on Twitch. It's amazing how much people on Twitch are like, your stuff's cool. Whereas people on YouTube are like, you suck. I'm like, I just like chatting with people. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm at 50. Oh my god. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate all of you. Like I say, I for all that time on YouTube, I just thought everyone hated what I was doing, and I just come to find that it's just not true. It's just the algorithm is just savage for game dev on YouTube. Like it is. Man, should probably make some sort of like, listen to what Mikey was saying and make videos or something, but I'm spending so much time working on this. Yeah, I think that's what I got to make funny like things like that. The thing was, I actually wasn't trying to be a YouTuber. I was trying to be a game dev. And I was just like, well, it's so easy to just stream while doing what you're doing because I was already gonna, I'll do that. I wasn't doing anything different. I was just gonna do that. Like it's just I turn the thing on and I just have a camera going and I talk to people, which that's awesome. I love game dev is kind of a lonely hobby half the time. So having people to chat with is awesome. I love streaming, but yeah. Oh, that's fair. Setback number 1 started with RPG Maker. This did come from an RPG Maker game jam idea, so for all the crap I tend to give it, I must say this would not exist had it not been for one RPG Maker game jam. Also, these doors are off, not the same level. If I bought a thing that had this issue, I would return it. Just saying. Group on these things here. I don't know anything about C++. I'm just doing all blueprints. That's what attracted me to Unreal Engine. People are like, you should do C++. Yeah, I got to learn all that. I know JavaScript, so it's not like I'm a stranger to coding, but I don't really have a reason to do that, Like, until I find a reason, I'm not going to increase my dev cycle any longer than it has to be. I need a thing on top of this. There a loose one? I don't... Actually, technically, it shouldn't be group bond anyway. R. Oh, well, I'll just steal one of them. It's not. Oh, never mind. I actually just fused them together already. It's not a level block on top of there. I'm actually probably going to undo this and put a level block on top of it because this is my yellow paint. Like whatever I use for this is the yellow paint. So you know that you can use and grab hold of it, because I realize that otherwise people will try to grab all this stuff and they won't be able to. And so I need an indicator that you can grab this And I'm not going to go to each model and put yellow paint on the side, you know? Like, so my indicator is this stuff here that shows you can, in fact, grab something. I was just realizing that for design purposes, I was like, come to think of it, people are going to be real upset at me when they try to grab something and they can't, and then they're going to sit there and fight with me over it, going, oh, you should be able to grab this, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, yeah, you're probably right. That's fair. I don't even know what GPO is, but, you know, converting it to C++ from C#, I mean, I find once you know one programming language, it's not actually that hard to learn the next one. It's just mostly memorizing syntax, since they all often do very similar things, but that doesn't mean I want to memorize syntax. Blueprints are my friend. I love blueprints. I hate syntax. I made so many plugins in the world of RPG Maker in JavaScript. Stupid JavaScript. No one told me it was the worst game dev language. Okay. Oh, okay. And I know nothing about online multiplayer at all. Probably fine because I make it a single player game anyways. It doesn't super matter that I have no idea. Okay, I need to make some changes here. These. Let me undo this here. We gonna fix this thing. I'm gonna grab code from a different one because I am lazy. Do I even have that on the drawers? I want to be able to open them so I can actually do stuff. I don't think I did. No, I didn't do an is open. Whatever. I have it on the windows, so I'll just copy the code off the windows. Lazy. I guess your opponent's position every frame. Huh. All of my enemies in this game are completely stupid. I was explaining to someone that the only thing they need to be able to mostly do, like 90% of the time, is when they see that penny, after they put it in the light socket the first time, they're smart enough not to do it a second time. that's the level of intelligence most of the enemies in this game need to have. It's a Metroidvania. Most of the enemies are stupid. Every Metroidvania I've ever played, they usually have like one attack. They try to launch themselves at you, do whatever, no projectile, and then you never see them again unless you go back to that room. Pretty much that. I'm like, oh, okay. Pure laziness on my part. Oh, I don't need blacked out, but actually I just need the last part of this. I don't know why I grabbed all that. Actually, this may call is opened, right? It's just a set relative. I'm reminding myself of the code here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just need a variable for is open. Somebody else made the these particular blueprints that came with the Victorian house. And I just appropriated all of it because I'm a terrible person. Yeah, it's set relative rotation, and then so negative 90 would probably be it. Obviously, they don't need to do the full rotation here because I This is just in the construction script, so I can put things behind them without having to sit there and remove them or try to look around them or any of that crap, you know? This is actually really easy. I don't know why I didn't have any other use for this. It was just this one thing I was thinking of. I often need to remind myself of code if I'm not thinking of something. Well, I guess I don't have to, but I find it quicker than trying to remember stuff. Pretty much, I'm real new. I'm finally at the 50 followers. Oh my god. Technically, there's 51, but one of them doesn't count for some reason. So I was like, they made like, you must get 51. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll get 51. It won't count until after the thing. That might be the case. It's good to know that in Twitch's world, I don't count. No, it is Twitch. Okay, I'm over it. This will be like, you know, if I get any like, you know, little ad revenue from like that, I can cry into the ad revenue that I don't count. Now, the real goal is 50% off my own Amazon Prime. Most important thing in life. Get my package shipping for half the price. Help make up for the fact that they raised the price on it. Yeah, yeah, that's what it's about. Yeah. I could have just copied the code off these things. These things are like the chosen one when it comes to just everything that they do. Including changing material types. Ooh. For different glass. Ooh. In case you want this one to be shattered or something. Eee. For these ones here. So these ones here, it's pretty much everything you see right here. Like in the construction script, I can change the name. And see how it has additional things in there. Obviously, there's only so much space, but that's fine. Message 1. Message 2. Yeah, I can also rescale them too if I want. The writing warning scale text to huge if I want. Obviously, I don't need to do that, but I could. You can open it. If there's a key required, what is the key? Which glass type is involved with it? Is it frozen? Is it wet? You know, is it dirty? I was gonna make hers dirty because she's a machine thingy. Yeah, I'll show you. There's a construction script for this. So I have an enum that has these things like that. And the enum just has these various options. You could literally just, I could have switched on a string. I could have been like, you know, create a string here. Like, I could have switched it on name text or something like that and be like, switch on string. Oh, sorry, that's not a string. That's a string, perfect. And then I could have been like, okay, well, for each of like, you know, the various names I wanted, I could have given it a different material, and then you could have just changed it like that instead of an enum. Then I have to type out the name every time. But yeah, like I have these things here, and then anything you do in the construction script appears in the editor, which is why I do it. You'll see it's currently on dirty, and that's why it lit that up there. But you see, I have the mesh material door here, like that, and these are the materials it's switching to, so I just set the material of that. All 5 of these ones there. After we're done with that, then it sets the name text. And the name thing is literally just, you know, a 3D text component. The name text is just the variable I made for it, but you can set the text on it. Same thing with these are exactly the same, I just named a 3D text as whatever I want to tell them apart. right here, pretty much same type of thing. I just took this here and I gave it a new scale 3D. And the thing to note is you have to make it instance editable. So this way, every single one of these I go to, like if I go to this one and I tell it it's opened, you'll notice how this one didn't open. This one is closed. Same thing if I closed on Fluffle's one. Like it didn't close that one. I want his open specifically, but you make it instance editable so it's different on each one. And then let's go over the rest of things I did in this. Now I have a sequence here. This checks if it's open, which is actually what I just added to the out of the cupboard door there. I could have just typed the new rotation probably if I wanted, right? Yeah, I don't know why I made a rotator. That's weird. I could actually just leave that off. And all I'm doing on these is just... I don't need these. These are unnecessary. Yeah, if it's open, then take this and turn it 90 degrees on the z-axis. And if it's closed, then turn it back to 0 degrees on the z-axis. And then on then here, this just checks if a key is required or not. And if it is, it'll say, okay, this is the key you need. So when you click on it, if you don't have that key active, when you use the magician on it, you can't open it. That's only in-game, of course, because though I am setting this text, at no point am I blocking anything with the text until you're way in here. Like event on interact, do you have the key? Text the player character. If true, then it activates a glow on the handle. It does a timeline. And usually with timelines, I just do them over the course of 1 second for the most part, but you can do them over whatever time you want. You know, just usually the full amount to this less amount there connected up to a rotator. And then it'll just do that on the pitch there. And of course the values I set were, you know, 0 and actually negative 90 and 0. And then there's a reverse timeline for the other direction, right? Like if you want to close it, it's already open. Like I think I just did the timeline in reverse from end versus play from the start whether or not it's open. But let me grab this thing real fast. I'll show you what all that does. This is the Oliver prison key. Let's put the Oliver prison key over here. We're waiting, we're getting there. Poor computer's like, why you do this to me? Okay, so if you don't have the key, the Oliver prison key is required. There's the Oliver prison key. You do have the key. It turns the handle and then opens, and then turns the handle back. Or same effect I use on the doors too if you have the key for a door. I had to do this because at some point Poppet's too tiny and having to animate or jump up here to get that would be pretty tough. And yeah, I could do that on that, but what about with these big doors over here? It'd be impossible. She ain't jumping that high. I mean, can you imagine her jumping up to that handle and grab it? Don't get me wrong, it'd be adorable to see her do that. But that would also not really prevent me from just opening doors, which would be stupid. Oh, glad to teach people. I learn these things by tinkering, so I am more than happy to help people learn to tinker. Now look, this opens. Yay, it opens. This one is... Oh, I see. They're two different ones. Okay. This one I'm going to want to do in a different direction. Aha! Oh yeah, when I found out you could do this stuff in the construction script, it was so awesome. I was so happy. Like, I just was jumping for joy that this could be done. I remember I initially learned some of this stuff from like these things here from like it was like the Victorian house free thing they gave because they had a bunch of blueprints that had all these cupboards that could be opened and things like that. And they had them animated, and I was like, okay, well, how's that work? And construction script I figured out from other things along the way, but yeah, I mean, I just started incorporating games like these are great. I love these. I guess I need to put a magic glow on these, don't I? Hmm. Ooh, that's a toy prison. Save that for a second, though. Which one are you? The cupboard thingy. Okay. Oh, no. Cupboard 2, and that's the window. All right, because I want this one to open in the other direction. So let's start simple. But I'm pretty certain what I have to do. I'm gonna the fact I learned I could just right click this and create a variable as those is so nice. All right, so that's where it currently is. Now, if I open it, yeah, see that I don't want that, the opening inwards. So this is where I got to make a change to the code here. I probably need to do 90 instead. Yeah, see, now it's open. And now when I go to put things inside him, like even potentially like little things to build up and jump on, which that just makes these kind of neat at that point. I'll be able to just go, okay, well, click the buttons, open the doors. I gotta do the same thing for the drawers too. Because I probably don't want to stick things in the drawers. The only issue I have now is I need this stuff to recognize that the drawers are moving. So they need to send a message telling them to move as well. So I'll have to add that to the collectibles probably as a thing. I like note of things I need to do. Because, you know, if I want to hide things in drawers and the drawers are going to move, cupboards is easy, obviously. Make collectibles in drawers, move with the drawer, and it opens, closes. Add magician effects to the drawers and cupboard door. Here's the thing you got to worry about when you put all the enemies using the same thing. Like, if you make children of it, doesn't really matter much. If you don't make children of it and like the same blueprint references multiple models, then whenever that blueprint's loaded, it loads all the models. So you don't want to, you really want to do that. It's fine to have children because, you know, I have to show off here. The base of all my characters besides Poppet is the BP NPC. And, you know, it's got its size map. But this is all the BP NPC does. Like, it just has these few things set up, and nothing else actually matters. However, everybody references this and all the code in it. Yeah. But then if I go look at, you know, say, the voodoo doll here, you can see that it references BP NPC, but BP NPC doesn't reference it. But then if you go over to like Patrick here, I don't even know what NPC is on Patrick. Yeah, you can see the BP NPC is here on him. But BP NPC doesn't, you notice he doesn't reference the voodoo doll. He does reference the Annie bells because he spits them out. So I probably need to do a different way of doing that. But, yeah. You can see where it's, you know, what he references. And the way you do that is you simply make a blueprint. And then when you make the next one, you can create a child blueprint class by just right-clicking. Um, if the frog NPC and the bird NPC don't reference each other, then I don't think it's particularly better. I think it'd be pretty much about the same. The thing to note about this is the reason why I do the child thing like that is that there's all this code in the NPC. And I mean, like, all this code in the NPC thingy that I would have to put in all of them. And if I made a change to any of it, then I would have to change it on every one of them. Because, you know, I'm going to have them all die pretty much the same way. I don't want to do that code every time over. And when they fire I actually have my actions do like firing projectiles and things like that. And when they spawn things and stuff like that, you know, condition effects, all sorts of stuff. Their movements. I don't want to do this for all of them. So I highly recommend using parenting for basically anything you can. Because otherwise, like I say, like especially for like my movements thing like that, I would have to tell them all the same thing there. And, you know, I have things that keep track of their health and, you know, just all this stuff here that I've set up for them. A lot of which, like, because you can change it on the children and it doesn't change it on the parent. But you can also declare variables on this thing, create functions, stuff like that, and you just don't have to do them again. Like, you could just use them on the children. So I highly recommend that method of doing things versus, you know, doing it all from scratch on every one. Hi, JG, how's it going? I'm just explaining why you should parent things versus not parent things. Making or is it open? Open. Oh no, I'm happy to chat. Never feel bad about getting me chatting on things because I love to chat. So, you know, I'm a talker. Left unchecked, I'll probably talk too much. But that's okay. That's fair. I'm drinking my late night tea. Does that count? That does my caffeine. Yeah? Anyone? Maybe? Don't think you can actually do this here. I'm just going to put the thing in the full size so this way I don't have to explain why you can't I think you need to make this a little smaller. Well, I would let you grab it, but it's still partially closed. How about that? It seems terrible. There's like a fine line with these because I want it to be grabbable, but I also want I guess I could change the base material to a, well, no, I want them all to be this. You know. Like a fine line how far you can have these stick out. I'll have to test this by jumping into it like an idiot over and over until it works. You know, the usual. Nice, nice. Celsius there. As an American, I don't deal with things that the rest of the world worries about. Imagine caring about what the rest of the world uses. Clearly they're all wrong, right? The American way of believing things. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Sorry, I don't know. I'm very excited to not know. Also, you know, I have the infinite excuse of American public education. So whenever I need to explain why I don't know something, I can just be like that. And people are like, oh yeah. And I'm like, see, I'll put a book here because I can jump on the book. Put the Hierophant active. I'm also going to move that up like an idiot. Actually, wait. We'll put it up to the side here. I might want to try to jump and grab. I swear I learned more off of 1 year of watching YouTube videos than I did off my entire, you know, kindergarten through 12th grade education. Worthless. Absolutely worthless. 0 out of 10. I don't think she can reach that. I'm gonna see if it needs to stick out some to reach it. Might. Yeah, it's just slightly too tall. Well, let's make the assumption that it should be slightly less tall. How's that sound? Very good? Pretty good. I'm going to resize everything, but let's say a 7. She's kind of a 7. To be honest, most things are about a 6. No, that's an 8. So things are about 8. I think everything else is like a 7 in most places, I thought. 6 here, 6. Yeah, they're all scaled to 6. Why is that scaled to 7? It should be smaller. Or like this. Which is probably better anyway, realistically speaking. Is it too early for... I mean, honestly, these days, I remember the last time I actually had energy drinks, I was just kind of like, I drank too much and I was just kind of jittering in a corner with like, you know, a racing heart, and I'm going, yeah, I don't need these anymore. These are terrible. I don't do energy drinks at this point. No. These all I need. They had like, it was like these drops you put into water or something like that, and they were just, we thought they were the greatest thing ever. I mean, this was a long time ago. I would never do that now, not myself. Oh no. That works. That's a good distance. More importantly, I don't need a book or anything like that. I can just jump in here and do things. And I can also put stuff in here like books to jump on. So they can be like little mini jumping things inside these. Kind of cool. Of course, now these are huge, but first we shrink the door. Then we place the door. If I put the door out a bit, I can make it where it blocks the red. Because I need this to stick out a slight amount so Poppet can grab it. That's true. I also want to block the hole in there too, so it'd be something like that. I need myself some mechanics in here. I guess I can move it down some. And then in the case of the red, it just needs to not stick out. So hide it behind the door here and then drag it inwards so that it's like that. Make certain it's not sticking out the back. That should be all I need. Oh. Then there was this one. This one. I'm sure some of these rooms are going to get a lot of redesigning as time goes by. I mean, this room just has a couple items stuffed in it as a reminder that I was intending to use it as something, and I haven't done it yet. Did you? What was the problem? I remember you mentioned that a while back, but did not get my update on what went wrong. It's fair. I honestly should just build this into a container, I guess. Well, no, I tried that last time with the other thing with the. I guess I made it with the little case, one of these little cases over here. Built everything in and then did relative for opening it. So do I want to make my own custom thingy? I mean, I guess I could. It gives me more. Ah. Is there a reason to do it? There's the first question I should ask myself. Is there really a reason to do that? Maybe? I mean, there was a reason. I mean, realistically, I think these are actually the same. Yeah, I think these are actually the same. I technically already have versions of these that I could use. Huh. Ah, yes. Good old UE and its random checkbox ruins everything bug. Actually, it's not really a bug because, you know, it's not broken. It's just the random checkbox that ruins everything. Oh, the number of times those checkboxes have defeated me is large. So large. And random recent rant? Yeah? What's the rant? Oh my god. Tell us information. You know, I could edit the toy prison to also have additional functionality on it. To have different cupboard doors. And then I only have to have one thingy, but then they'd all have the same. Let's grab a toy prison and make it large. I have an idea here. Because it is just the same thing, right? Also, the toy prisons are huge. I just copy pasted one. I didn't realize just how big they were, but now that I put it next to this thing, they're pretty big. And they're exactly the same thing. I don't know if I could actually put 2 level block thingies in it, though. I think I have to manually do that. It was Epic who coded these things to work with their game animation sample, and they're weird. I can also just say screw it and not do that and just leave these separate, which is not a terrible thing. I kind of want to do. Change the color. I was just messing up. For me, I was reading door on there. Oh, well. Catch you later, Unreal Noob. Playing. Tacos sound quite good. I myself had a Mexican food before I joined the stream. I was watching Swash's stream while I did it. My day consisted of... I stopped streaming like... Okay, cool, awesome. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, my day consisted of... I think I stopped streaming close to around like 6 in the morning. And then I went to sleep about, I think, half an hour after that. Then woke up about 6... No. It might have been 7 hours. I think I woke up around like 1:30. Ate food. And went off to work. Had to be to work by, I think, 3. So I actually had a pretty good amount of time there. No, it was later. No, I don't know. I do work at home too, so like I do like 8 hours work, but some of it's at my office, some of it's at home. I have to be at the office like 4 hours a day. I was there until 7:30, I think. I went and got groceries, came home, and then passed out for I think like something. No, that was yesterday. Today I didn't get the groceries. I passed out for an hour and a half. Woke up, ate food, and right back to streaming. That's my life now. I got a shower there. I can smell me. Terrible. Thankfully, there's no smell-o-vision on Twitch. Terrible. Get a shower. It had been about 24 hours since I'd had it. I was like, ooh. Maybe not. So, instant mesh cupboard here. Can I do this? Sure. Okay, so let's switch to the material instance. What does this even have on it? Is there even a color option on this? I don't think this has a lot of that stuff here. Usually they have a color option, but I would like to change some toys here. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, the colors split into green channels into that. Oh, okay. They do that, and then this one here. Okay, okay. All right, all right. So then I did this, right? And then let's say I did that, and now they're red. Okay, okay. Does it change? Oh, I would change all of them. So don't change that yet. 3 a.m. there at the moment. You're 3 hours ahead of me. 12 a.m. here. Ooh. Hey, you sent me a Discord message, you say? Oh, in Discord chat. Okay. Wait a minute. Huh. It sounds like he's having a great time with old Yui there. Oh, thanks, JG. Yeah, I'm technically able to become an affiliate at this point. We shall, I mean, what I'm going to do later today, probably. Figure out what I have to do that, and then can have important things in life, like my own emotes or something. Let people change the resolution so that guy who can only watch on YouTube can watch on Twitch instead. And yeah, I don't know. Or channel bits, which might do something interesting. I don't know what I do with the channel bit, but oh yeah, I was messing with this. Oh, that was the AI that added that? Oh man. I don't know that was the AI saying that. That's hilarious if that's the case. That just makes me happy. Oh, so happy. Well, if I can figure this one out. Accept material. All right, material instance. Oh, wait, I can create a dynamic material instance. Does that mean I don't need a material instance? Maybe. Yeah, so I do this. Maybe I don't need to make a material instance. Maybe I just have that as the default. Let me swap it back. And then from this, it only has one element, right? Yeah. Yeah, one sentence. Nice. Yeah, imagine behind the scenes Epic is about as half-assed as they are with the stuff they produce for the public, but they actually let out the door. Just imagine behind the scenes, like if the stuff they release really is just halfway done, even like the fab market, how bad is that crap behind closed doors? Yeah. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for following and providing me an interesting story or two. And sleep well. I will be here if you cannot sleep like the rest of us who do not sleep. It exists entirely on monitor radiation and caffeine. The right mix can make you immortal. The wrong mix will make you... I don't know. To be fair, it probably doesn't make you immortal, but you'll think you're immortal, so it's good enough. Oh, caffeine. Are you wonderful? Why are you too wonderful? Let's promote this to a variable here. Dynamic. Actually, we'll call this the covered material instance. Cool. If this is instance editable, what does that do? I got myself wondering here, like, what does that do really? Okay, so it's just, it doesn't do anything interesting yet. Okay, okay. That's fine. That ain't gotta be dynamic. What is there a color? Parameter name. Material number 1, material number 2. Why can't there just be a singular color? That'd be so much easier. That off to the side so I can read stuff. Okay. Where did it go? I'm curious. Can I split this? No. I don't know how this works. I reference it. Indeed. Got a weird name. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to type this out. That pro. Why did you name it like this? You typed. Max Rough. I don't want Max Rough. Color green channel, color blue channel. Okay. I need these, right? I'm assuming that's what needs to be done there. Because this is the parent of those. Because originally I was sitting there looking at the at this, the N, and then the O with the line under it. I was like, how do I even type that? Like, what is that? I was confused. But if I can get all right. Well, just a variable. Make this instance editable. Yeah, I want to see if this changes things. Oh, look, it does. Hey. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. I'll change this one here. And then also, I like this overall dark gray look to them. I learned something new. You know what this means, right? Because dynamic material instance doesn't change them all. That means that I can have multicolored enemies, so I can use the same things in order to have and give them different abilities. Because you know what? It turns out that buying like 50 to 100 models or whatever, or however many I don't make myself, is kind of expensive. I also can't really find that many toys out there to buy in the first place, so. Important to note, this is an option. So, and it's good times. Tube's up to 4 watchers. Meanwhile, Twitch has like 13. All right, so I like what we're doing here. We're cooking. We're definitely cooking. We're going to turn this into the best possible box. So what we're going to do is this. One more. And we're going to look at that material there. I just blue channel, and I'm really lazy, so I'm just going to copy paste. I know I'm doing all this and calling myself lazy. I believe the last one was red channel, right? I'm pretty certain it is. Blue channel, red channel's way over here. Cool. All right, so we do this. Promote that to variable. We'll call that color red channel. Promote to variable. Color blue channel. We will in fact remember to set them both as instance editable. Connect them up. That's cool. But we also need... Oh. Gotta do this too. Very important. I don't know why I have them like cascaded down here. There's exactly 0 reason to have done it that way. Thanks, I hate it. All right, so I also need to do one for the cabinet door. All right, so let's just make a third one here and let's just get this out the way. Why am I not just copy pasting everything under the sun? There's exactly zero reason to do it twice, you know? Like, you can if you want, but what if, and I'm just saying, you don't. You just don't do that. You know? You just don't. It's like, nah, I'm not gonna. Yeah. Cabinet door left. Real instance. I need to use the exact same thing. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting element 0, so I'm doing this one here. Cabinet is this here. Does it use the same base? It most certainly does. Cool. The plan is to do this here. I'm going to just make everything like the chosen one here. Gotta get the I'm stretching in here. Snow's game dev is too easy to be hunched over. I did get a standing desk, and having a standing desk is like the best thing ever. If you're a game dev, you should get a standing desk. Just trust me. If you don't have back and neck problems now, you will in time. So it's better to, you know, not have that. Plus, you burn something like an extra 50 calories an hour just standing. So, you know, that's not nothing. You want, like, it's funny, in the last, like, 2 weeks of game dev, I've actually lost 5 pounds. I've done less exercise because I've simply been standing during most of it. Like yesterday, I stood for 5.5 hours for game dev, and then, like, the last 2 hours, I just sat down because I was like, all right, you win. But yeah, I just found that just a little bonus. Sure, if you're a monitor junkie, it's kind of hard to get all those monitors on a standing desk. I mean, I guess it's not impossible. You could have a bunch of things like that. I just have like 2 monitors and like a phone stand in the center, which is what I use for a camera. That's right. Anyone who's ever thinking of being a streamer, and I think everyone should try it because it's fun. I love it. Use your phone as a camera because your phone has a better camera than just about anything you're going to buy. It turns out your phone is a fantastic camera. And, you know, hit me up and I'll explain how to do it. You know? Because, yeah, phone is a fantastic camera. 10 out of 10. It would cost me more than the price of the phone to get a camera that's dedicated camera that's on par with the phone. I was like, why is this device that is portable and does everything else cheaper than this other thing, than like having an individual version? That's like the question of why, you know, eyeglasses are somehow ridiculously more expensive than even like a lot of phones, and yet they're just glass and like some metal frames, whereas the phone is also glass and a metal frame and all the technology that got built into it and all these other things. Why are the glasses so expensive? Important questions. Yes. Uh, oh, cabinet door. All right, let's promote that. Let's make it instance editable so I can just recycle these all over the place and make them pretty much all I really need. I don't know why I'm trying to copy paste that. You don't kind of copy paste that. That's stupid. This is the blue channel. Instance editable. I love heavily customizable boxes that can just do everything. The only thing I don't like is did I copy paste something? Okay, I didn't. The only thing I don't like is the traversable stuff doesn't really work very well with it. I'll need to come up with some way to make that work a little better inside of these things so I don't have to place them all over the place. And you're looking how they're coded. Is it? You like your Elgato face cam? I just remember I remember they being kind of expensive. I paid like $260 for my phone. I got it on like $150 off, or I just bought it outright because I always buy outright. It's cheaper. I think it does a pretty good job. I actually had to tone it down because my internet connection and like it would be laggy when I tried to do a bigger version of the camera because it's being sent to the internet and then back again. That's fair. I'm just using a it's a what is the thing? What are they called? Oh, it's a web source. That's right. Yeah, it's a web source. Literally just like video.ninja is the site I go to. And you just have your camera, you have your phone go there, and then it gives you a code and you fill that into the web source. And then your phone can be your camera. And yeah. I mean, it works and you already have it. I mean, my streaming setup consisted of pretty inexpensive. My streamer lights consist of this junk room I moved into. My friend inherited the house from his grandmother, right? So he had the extra room here we're just using because I'm renting a room from him. And he had these hanging lights on both sides. So I just turned both hanging lights on. That is my streamer lights. I think I paid $20 for a green screen. I paid, I think, $15 for a phone tripod thingy that can move the phone up and down. A good, actually, you can move it as high as 6 feet in case I want to be, you know. Make game dev look good. Probably not. I think people would pay to not see that. Just have this sneaking suspicion. I would turn the camera sideways, but the problem is the green screen's not wide enough. I thought it was wide enough. It is not. I get a bigger one at some point. I'll have, like, you know, a panorama. I can be expressive with my hands instead of having to do this with it really close up here. I'll make all these gestures and then realize they're just off screen. It's like, oh, that's right. Oh, what? Why am I going into this? I don't need to go into this to test this out. It's a construction script thing. I was getting all excited going, I'm going to do all this cool stuff. Don't get me wrong. I like the gray boxes more than the other by a lot. That's fair. I tried the background removal, like the video.ninja site has it too. And the results weren't that good. There's just too much in the background. So, I mean, with this way, I have a pretty clean thing. I mean, like, yeah, there's a little bit of not that clean, I guess, but overall, having a green screen's pretty clean. I just leave it set up because this is my junk room, so, well, the house is junk room, so. There's plenty of crap, and I've been slowly cleaning it out ever since I moved in here. I finally have it to the point where I can move around here. Whose grandma was like a hoarder, so it was like, you know, like chest high with just crap in this tiny little pathway you could squeeze through in the room. It was a really... Yeah, well, I mean, there's definitely going to be some issues at some point. Not much I can do about that. Also, this microphone emitting green light periodically doesn't help. Having questionable lighting as far as like my streamer lights being these two things off to the side. It doesn't. I'm not gonna have perfect, but for a jank setup, I think I'm getting there. The microphone's nice. I paid for the microphone. It's like $160 for this thing. I love this thing. Because you can do this, you can turn it off by tapping it. Like the best thing. Turns out Windows doesn't have a built-in way to disable microphones. Well, thanks. I definitely tried to jank my way to victory. Yes. Okay. Like I said, every streamer thing I ever read about, or every thing I watched on streaming, everything like that, they're just like, if you're gonna cheap out places, don't cheap out on your microphone. You can cheap out other places, don't cheap out on your microphone. So my first microphone was like $30, $40 and was terrible. I think I bought it for a different reason, so I just had it. All right, let's play a game here. And the game is, what do you want these to do? I actually just kind of like that they're gray now. Is it terrible? I want a dynamic material instance everything so I can recycle like crazy. Well, I could actually build these into one giant thing so that they're just a singular asset too. Like I could sit there and make it so that each one of these has a rotation option. And then I could have them default to open or not. And then I could basically have 8 points in here that have where an item can spawn. And this way the item is now governed by the blueprint. I probably should do that. And then I don't have to sit there and move them all around like this. It's not this jank setup. It's more refined like this thing is. This box is like... This and the doors are like some of the most refined stuff I have at this point. I didn't refine the doors to be material instances, though. I probably want to now. And these doors they're getting there. I mean, even these have construction scripts up the walls. They're not as bad as the others because they don't have the various materials, but I mean, just being able to change the colors alone makes it look so much different than the other stuff. It's kind of nice. You know, if I want to make this one white instead, it can be. Which would totally change these up. You really only have to change like one and then like the door. I didn't need to change them all. I actually probably should have the red channel doesn't even make much sense. Like it seems like the green channel is like 90% of what matters. Interesting. Why is that? Why is it one channel makes all the difference? Maybe it's just how I programmed it. Yeah, now it looks way different than the other ones. I could put a level block in there. I did it for the tables. Turn them into a level block traversable. Is that really better than just cramming a bunch of them in place? Because I'm going to have to do it on both, and I don't even know if I can get it to work on both because of how they program their weird stuff. I could just put it on top and move them with, and it would be easier, I suppose. Of course, then if I make changes to them to try to get it to work, I will have to change them all. So it's technically better to do it that way. Let's rescale this thing. It's the new and improved version right next door. This is the one they told the other cupboards not to worry about. Not sure I want it to be blue, but just knowing it can be blue is awesome. Yeah, let's just take this and move it over here. Like, let's get rid of those entirely, and we'll just switch to having the one true cupboard. Looks like I could have made it a slightly larger. The one true cupboard to rule them all. Technically, this one is deeper. That's because I wanted toys to fit inside it, but that's actually fine because if it's deeper, then that means I can put more stuff in it to do. Let's say I do this. I'm obviously going to do a lot of recycling of these things later, like as far as not having to use a million different cupboards. If only because if I don't do that, it's going to be much harder on the game to have to load everything. At least that's what I'm seeing. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Did I close the restream.io chat? Damn it. Close the chat. Stupid. I really do think the plan with once I gain you know, potentially the affiliate capital or something like that, is just to use it to improve the stream. You know, also be able to stream to more locations because restream.io will charge you to stream to other locations, but I could stream on, you know, multiple places to have even more people to talk to, get more people to join the Discord, more conversations, which would just be awesome. More people. More people. Not open. The only problem is this. It doesn't really block very well. It's possible I want to edit this so this is slightly farther ahead just for that reason. Does anyone want Poppet to be able to go inside him? Oh, that is not what I wish to edit. I wish to edit this. Toy prison. These are lockable. Let's have a thing here. I need to make a change to this. So I need one other variable here. We're going to go with, first of all, new variable acquired is locked. If true, do that. Check for key, basically. If not locked, if false, just... Unfortunately, the way I have this ordered, this is kind of awkward. I could do a not. That's probably better, right? Because it would look cleaner. It would look a lot cleaner. Fine. We'll do not Boolean. Okay, so yeah, so it's a double negative. Which means actually on the false you do this. And then on true, I can just go straight over to here. I can just crank this up. I had enough caffeine to fire up blender, huh? Nice, nice. Just how much caffeine is required to make blender a thing? Mm. Um, I guess I'll default them to locked and then I'll unlock these ones by instance. That better. Oh. Instance editable. And this crap up to the top here with the expose on spawn. Gotta go right up to the top. Is locked. Even more reason to get more keys. Nice. Who doesn't want more keys? 4 cups of coffee. That's what it takes to open blender. I get it. I get it. There's just like a little gateway or something like that. Have you had 4 cups of coffee yet? Nope. And blender just closes. And you're like, huh. No, that doesn't stick out far enough to grab it. Fair enough. Oh, I was going to move this door out. I has a plan. Move it slightly out. Like so. Now, obviously, going to remove these things here. Now I can put messages on things. I love messages on things. I'm going to have all kinds of stuff. Of course, recoloring them to match these other things is going to be kind of a challenge if I want to do that. They really should just have everything as like blueprints. Then I just gain control over everything as opposed to just having to put out special meshes, and to make everything look different, I have to just find a mesh that's different. But the fact that I could just create a dynamic material instance changes everything. Like, I didn't even realize that was a thing. I thought with the material instance, it everything using it would change. That's usually how it works. But dynamic ones are just for the thing there. Solved the great mystery today. We'll create legions of clone enemies. I'll probably have a couple colors of each of the enemies. Say, 50 to 100 models is a lot of models. Not supposed to poor indie game dev. Dreams of a slight bit of Bezos money at some point to help pay for cool-looking stream stuff? Maybe? Seems like the audio a bit rich, too low. It just says that, but everyone can hear everything fine, so I don't understand. All right, so let me open this up. It is open. Actually, let me get a little bit. I guess move this down some. About to that level. Is closed. To hide it? Does not. Nope. I don't think it needs to be that far out to grab. I might be able to grab at that distance. Not to test. I'll have to learn Blender at some point. I want to optimize a lot of my models, but well, I want to do a lot of things. Poppet needs some optimization. Ew. Phew. Probably need to disable this thing in the air because that's like a triple jump. Which lets her get distance she shouldn't be able to get. That might be a later upgrade. I don't want this book here. It was just originally said I think I could get in there, but... Now the next question is different doors. Because originally the toy prison was so you could see what was inside the toy prison, and that's cool, but... Different doors? So... Be on the construction script, I'd have to have that, swap the doors out, and then... Or do I just do one door? Well, actually, no. Why don't I just change the glass to a wood material if I want a blanket? Right? Why do I need to have these other doors in the first place? Why do I need two doors? I just have the one giant door. Just recycle. And like with this handle here that I stole off of the... Well, actually, I think I added it to these doors because I didn't have them naturally, and I was like, I'm just going to put this here. But I really don't see a reason to just not do that because I've already set it up and it's just already good to go. Like, yes, the enum. User defined enum. I didn't do it. Okay, that's obnoxious. I forgot the game animation sample that I copied all the stuff into. The newer movement has like 1,000,000 enums. Well, that's a thing. That's okay. I'm pretty certain I have like my where did I put the toy prison? I don't even know. There we go. That's not where the enum is though. Why would I put the enum somewhere else? Oh, I just put it in enums. There you go. I put it in enums. Smart. Happens. All right, so I had a numerator. Call this wood. I don't really think these need descriptions. You know what wood is. If you don't know what wood is. So anyway. Important to know if you don't know what the wood is. Yeah, it's easy. You want to know these things. Which on glass type and wood. There you go. Yay. Set material. And I believe what we're going to do is set it to, can I just set it to one of these, the material instance? Yeah. All right. So, oh, Most importantly, I need to connect it up to the rest of it, or it won't set the rest of things that is selected, and it will look stupid. Not what? Oh, I'm a goofball. All right. Let's make some changes here because, yeah. I didn't create the instance beforehand, which is kind of dumb, you know? Also this, grabbing this was kind of dumb. It didn't need to be grabbed. Bit of order of operations here. I'll probably do like this or something. No, 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 I don't need to do this, do this, then do this. Well, that looks like crap. Hmm. Let me go ahead and grab one of the main tileable ones from here. Because if I replace the doors, I have to program. I guess I could replace the doors. It's not the worst choice. Then I have to have multiple locations. Make them open like, you know, with double doors, which might be kind of interesting to have. It's that, or I just make a different instance and I just have the same door thing on all this. So it's those or those. Hmm. What do you think about this here? White prison. I've been meaning to make some more cool custom toys anyway. Well, if I do this, I don't need to change the glass thing, right? Because this door is only there. So I get to skip that part for this. I create an enum for those. But what I could do is actually just down here on this one here, it could do not a set material so much as just to change these things, like find these things here. Real fast. Let's say I Oh, I know why those are on. Wait, why are those on the door? The cupboard. Well, then the cupboard, then on the door. So this is a switch on Edom. Hmm? Oh, I guess we double door wood. Oh, maybe I might do single door wood first. Let's see about that, because single doors are really easy. Here. Easy. Core type. Okay. I'm gonna add pins so I can just do the other stuff later. Like all this crap afterwards, I don't need to do. I can just easily grab all this and move it over to here. That makes it easier to keep track of what I'm doing for the most part. So with class, do this. On this one here, let's wait, do I have a different mesh already available for it? Right. Wait a minute. Like this. No. At the mesh. Up a quick door. Maybe this one here. Chair. Oh. Yeah. Do this. Get myself some water in a second here. So basically what I'm going to need to do is position both of those in there and then just create code for it, or even just have a smaller version of it. I don't know what the scale needs to be, but let's assume that it's active. What does the scale need to be on it? We need to change the scale a bunch. How best to do this? Instead of setting the mesh, I could just make that not visible. Then that means here I'm gonna have to do the code all over again though. I don't know if I'll do that. How badly do I want this to be super cool here? It means duplicating this code and then having that be a thing, or just having yeah, I'd have to have a duplicate here. If I like this idea, or just having it maybe it's just better to have a wood option over the glass in hindsight. You run a tiling thing here. Both options here. Might do both, who even knows? Got one of my tiling ones here. Like a metal or something. I do this. And then I could just change the color to like a wood. Not very cool looking, that was the problem. Do this sort of thing here. It might give it an okay look to it. Not wood though. That looks the same as another one. Interesting. Stone. This doesn't look very good. I mean, I can change the color. That's not a problem. It's possible I just prefer to have the other doors though. I kind of like having the handle open on them. Yeah, a usual thing there. Having to make the code for each door seems kind of more work, but if it looks better. Leather looks terrible. Same thing as the floor here, but I don't want to use that. Terrible. Now instant pillow will look good, but yeah, that is a weird little thing on there, though. It looks more like material than anything else, like it's wrinkled. So decisions. Probably just something that's a flat material. It's probably acceptable. Does not look good. Probably instant paper holder. Probably the best looking of the lot if I want to just blank it. Obviously, I'll be changing the color to probably like a white or something. That could probably work. It doesn't look ornate and nice though, like this other one. But to be fair, I've also kind of blanked things too. It's possible I want to change all these, the coloring on these as well. If I, like I could just use a flat, the same material as that. And then just change the color. Not a bad idea. Instant plastic black, sure. Let's say I do that. That's cool, because if I do that, then I can create a dynamic material instance. Plus, it kind of matches better with how these are set up than the other way. That's good to know. I'm going to take a quick bio break. Right back. Yep. And the box continues to get more ridiculous with each additional thing. I'm gonna have a thing that changes the doors too, probably, but now that I can just change the color on this stuff, that's awesome. I just I've learned something new today. I can't change the color on this because I don't want to. I want them all to be the same color so people know they can grab it. Everywhere is going to have this same, whatever I use for these. Might change one potentially. Maybe even like a purple or something. Maybe. Like, I kind of like the purple more than the red, but maybe not. It's easy to tell you can do it. Maybe I like the red better. The red's striking, and the game really does have a very red and black type of aesthetic. Maybe I swap it back. Oh, YouTube. Pretty good traffic on you. Looking at it going, yep. Got as high as 5, currently at 0 on all YouTube. Which on the other end, lots more. Really just goes to show you how poor discoverability is on YouTube. Maybe I really should just do the video things. But there's some people that watch from the Discord on there, and as the Discord keeps gaining people, in theory, it becomes useful. Not a bad plan. Gotten up to like 27 people, and had like, and 3 weeks ago, it had like 18. So, growing pretty fast. Ooh, and soon the minions will all be there, and I will be able to use them as my test dummies for games. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, I'm gonna create a material instance for this. Not this. Nobody cares about level block. In the interest of avoiding additional coding, we're going to go ahead and ditch this other enum thing. We're also going to somehow have the mouse lose its information on the way. Cool. Great, great. But this door type enum will be useful for maybe just regular doors. I don't know. Changing the actual meshes does, in fact, change how you have to position them, because the meshes often have different base points, which I don't quite understand how to change. There's a way to move it around in UE itself, but I don't know how that really the method for changing it inside of a blueprint. Well done, Unreal Noob. You've succeeded on the tacos. Not so great on the camera frustration, but listen, tacos make everything better. At no point have I ever thought to myself while eating a taco, man, life sucks. This is not a thing. Maybe after the fact, if it was like a Taco Bell taco. But listen, take that, Taco Bell. I'm in California. If you throw a rock, it'll actually bounce off of one Mexican restaurant and hit another. So they're everywhere. The only thing that might get in the way is a Starbucks. Oh, local 24/7 taco shop. Oh my god. There aren't many of them in this city. I think there's at least one, but it's in like one of the worst sections of the city. So I'm like, how bad did you want those tacos? I mean, like, really, how bad? Like, get shot at bad? Oh, I don't know. Cali burrito. There's a Mexican restaurant here. They're like, oh, it's the California style burrito. I'm like, what is this? It's like, we put French fries in it. I was like, you mad geniuses. It tastes great. 10 out of 10. I started putting fries inside my own burritos after that. To help myself. It's about understanding that carbs taste good. So carbs plus carbs with more carbs tastes good. Let's all try and act surprised at that one and fail. Now let's get the material instance of, I guess this is fine. You have to connect like this. I'm being dumb. One of the things I'm doing now, if I make nachos, is I get potato chip for the nachos because it tastes better than corn does. I had no idea, but then I thought about it and I was like, wait a minute. This is potatoes and cheese. Of course this tastes good. What? Duh. When I realized that, a lot of things made more sense. I was like, oh, yeah, that's fair. Call it the name backing, sure, name backing material instance. Let's crack this puppy open. That simple. Actually, I think there's just something here I can just use, right? Just color. What's it called in here? I think it's just called color, and it's just right here. Pretty certain that's what it is. Okay, so let's change color. This is so genius. I get to just recycle so much stuff with so much less effort. I'm going to make a tarot card that's also that you can change the number on it, and then have like the 4 different suits, because I want all the stat upgrades to be the minor tarot cards. You know, potentially just have to find all the minor tarot cards as well, so a full tarot deck. And that'll be stat upgrades. It might be how you upgrade the abilities too, or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I also have to create some sort of a thing for how they look. I actually considered having all the tarot cards be pictures of Poppet doing things, because I can always have her pose for pictures in Daz and just put weird things on her. And as long as it's a render out of Daz, I don't have to have any additional licensing. Like, I don't have to have interactive licensing, so I can put her in all kinds of funny outfits. I'm probably going to do that, make custom tarot cards for the game. Not the crappy ones I'm using, which, you know, they're not ugly, but they just lack personality. Custom tarot cards. I'll have to make like 22 different pictures of Poppet, but that just gives me more promotional material as well. Or more Discord emojis, or eventually Twitch emojis. I'm going to have to, I assume, make. I'll look at that. I don't actually know how all that works yet, but. Probably. Maybe. Sure. Green backing color. I don't know, I didn't do this earlier. Well, I guess I didn't understand the whole dynamic material option. Now I understand. Now there's no stopping me. Mistakes were clearly made. Did not do what wanted. Oh, no it did. Did it? No. Oh. Well, this is part of just being dumb. Where I just had the wrong material. We live in a plastic world now. Or not the... So if I get rid of this, it appears. Okay. Let's see element index on this. Just normal. 1, element 0. Perfect. I must be wrong on the parameter. There is a parameter color. This is a material instance. Do I need to do this, or does it just work like that? Let's see. What if I bypass all that crap? Weaker when it's open. That's interesting. Usually, well, I mean, the engine is slower when blueprints are open, especially if you're using, like, you know, if like your character one's open like that, because it's sitting there following the actions in there and everything like that, you know, and showing the logic of things that are happening. But I've never heard of it being affecting the game. Just, I mean, other than slowing it down. Pretty much. Wild West. We doing things out here. Oh. Like get the instance. About get material. This creates a dynamic one, but dynamic does not appear to do what I want. Hmm. What if I find it's matte simple? What if I instead create it on matte simple? and change it from there, and that'll let me change the color probably. Okay, so then let's do this. So yeah, it's got to be something like that that's just affecting your computer doing the speed of stuff. Sometimes launch stuff like can be really affected by a lot. Also why launching a character is not always the most consistent of things. It's affected by other stuff in the game, but usually it's not lag that affects it. But I won't say it's impossible because goodness knows I learn what's possible in UE all the time. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. All right, so that still doesn't do what I want. Why am I unable to change the color? Base color. Yeah, it should just be this, and it's a multiply. And if I change this here, it should change it. Okay. I thought it was all cool. There's no extra characters. Parameter name is color. It just has it as white. Like it doesn't actually change anything. Hmm. That simple. Create dynamic instance. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you could set a, like a timer for the next time they're allowed to push the button to make it launch you more, or I don't know how limited your jetpack is. You could have a thing where it's like, oh, if your velocity is greater than 0, you can't use it. Than that, or like greater than like 0.001 or something. But I don't know, these are options. I don't quite know why this doesn't change color. It should. I think I did this earlier at some point. My memory for some of these things is ridiculously bad sometimes. Um, I believe it's on the hood. I did this. Rather than have to look this code up again, because I've definitely done that before. Let's avoid doing that to myself. No, it's not quite the same. No, you can set a dynamic material instance off of this. I don't see what the problem is. Well, it's supposed to happen every moment, but I guess FPS would affect that, yeah. I mean, it's just every time the game ticks, so about anything time-based would be affected by lag. But for the most part, it should just be every frame. So, yeah. All right, if every frame it happens, then if you have 60 FPS, it triggers faster than 30. I don't use event tick very often. I highly recommend against it. What I usually do is I will, my favorite way to do it, I'm going to show you how I often do it. Usually at the start of the thing here, like on my event begin play, I'll have, see if one of them's here, blah, 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 and there's not that one. Like I have like, you know, like the generic upkeep thing, which is an event that triggers here, like, you know, it just tells it. So then over my upkeep here, I have generic upkeep, which is just custom event. It runs a bunch of stuff. Sure. The last thing it does is have a delay and run itself again. And the purpose of this is just so that it will constantly loop and run this, but I can institute a delay on it and not have the event tick. So it's way less intensive. And I may or may not change how often this one triggers too. And if at any point you want to break these things, then just simply have, you know, some sort of, you know, branch somewhere in there where it tells it, it doesn't tell it to loop again. And then you can always just call it again and set that variable to true to keep it going in a loop. Show an instance of that. Do I have an instance of that somewhere? I should. Oh, the Empress isn't even fixed yet. It doesn't work. Like here, if I've captured an object, I have it set to play this, you know, timeline here and all like that. It does these things and just runs these. And as long as this here, that the captured object is a valid object, it will keep running this thing that bounces it up and down so it moves. But if at any point it's no longer valid, it stops doing this again. So I just call this, and as long as it is as long as this is valid, it'll do this. That's how I do a lot of these things, and you just have to remember to always have a delay anywhere in there, because otherwise it'll be an infinite thing, and that's not, it'll break. You can also set event by timer. I find you don't have as much control there, so I don't like it very much. That's just me. Really puzzled by this because this works. Like the only thing I can assume is that I just simply had the wrong parameter. Let's do the plastic black again. Okay. It just has no effect. Bizarre. Element 0. Source material that. That here. Hmm. Well, I can always change it later. It's still better than trying to do this other one here with like multiple doors. Now I can just kind of move this around. And eventually I'll change it up to have the other stuff too. I am still going to group these together though. I can migrate this places. Now I kind of want them hidden places. I don't want to take both of them with. Thank you. No. Just trying to copy paste. Yeah, I would definitely put that to the test and see where the tick is as far as that goes. But as far as I know, it's just every frame. I'm not a huge fan of things that are so restricted. There you go. You probably shouldn't do that. You should probably tie it to time. Also, event tick is just super heavy anyway, and you should kind of not use it unless you have no choice. Like Poppet doesn't even have an event. Actually, yeah, she doesn't have an event tick. At least I'm pretty certain she doesn't have an event tick. I have so many things open. Not working on Patrick. I might work on Blue later. And Mini Pop. Pop it. Yeah, because I have an event begin play, but that doesn't have any kind of event tick in it. At least she has one. Just I do this and then I just set all the events that are going to go forever on here. Yeah. Here's another thing I do because I'm often kind of lazy. If I don't want to type in these commands like disable and enable all screen meshes like that, I actually just have them on my event begin play for Poppet and I just drag the line to the other one I want to use. So I don't got to keep typing it. You'll save yourself typing it hundreds of times. It's a dumb fun thing. Yeah, I just advise against event tick. I mean, like, some things need it. And I actually might change the weapons to not use event tick. They're like one of the few things that actually uses event tick because they have a ray trace. But even then, for Poppet, she doesn't have an event tick on her ray trace. Right? Pretty certain. It would be on the upkeep graph. I'm pretty certain it's just on the upkeep graph. Yeah. No. Yeah, the display use icon that appears when you're like hovering over something. So she's not even using that. I change that. I find the weapons sometimes when the things are laggy work pretty badly. But the thing is though, is if it doesn't do every frame, that's like 0.2 though, right? If this thing happens on a 0.2, that's probably fine actually. Weapon parent. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. We'll make a custom event. Oops. That, call this weapon ray trace just so I don't have type in ray trace and finally do that. So custom event weapon ray trace. Oh, the only downside to this is everywhere where there's a chance it could fail, I have to have the thing appear again. No, I don't. No, I don't at all. What I need is a sequence. I don't have to do this. So this way, if it breaks, it'll still always do the sequence. Instead, we do this here. Let's get rid of event tick. Nobody likes that. And then I'm just going to drag this out farther here. Delay. There's a delay until the next tick. Weapon ray trace. Do that, and then right here at the start, I call weapon ray trace. And from that point on, it'll just run that, and I don't need event tick. And we're going to go test this right now by beating the crap out of things to see if it hits. This will probably actually increase performance too. There's stuff here to hit. Perfect. Is there a nav mesh down? No. Put a nav mesh down. Hey Lepis, how's it going? Just in time to be just in time. I got my 50 followers. Very exciting. Thank you, thank you. Missed that time. Actually works pretty good. Even in spite of the lag, but I have no idea why this slide's annoying. Yeah. No more event tick for me. Oh yeah, that's fair. Delta seconds is true all the time. Gonna make you wonder why event tick isn't based on delta seconds, but Epic does a lot of things. I don't understand. You get used to it because it's Epic and that's what they do. Things I don't understand. In fact, there's a story in my Discord that about an AI that was pissed off at the stuff Epic did. I haven't double checked through it, but the fact that that is there is hilarious to me. Posted by, a Ponton. Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. I think. I know he posted it somewhere. Right? Was it? Huh. I thought he posted it. I know he did. I saw it briefly. Okay, well, anyway. Did it get scrolled out? No? Huh. Ah, I thought he posted it. Here's when he did. Oh yeah, they did exactly that problem. It's just like, okay, well, I think we should all... No, nobody's going to learn. We're all just going to do the same. That's what I'm learning is, maybe some of these, AAA games, they're making the same mistakes that have been made for years and years. Yes. Maybe we stop doing that. Let's change the color of this to be something else. Oh wait, because this is a rubric, can I just select the object? Three objects, you can't just select just the object, huh? Ungroup. Let's change the color of things. I guess to be fair, I could just... I want to change this name back color so bad. Like a wood color. That's not the worst. Like I have the Poppet Quest IKEA going on here and I'm picking just the color I want. That's not bad. A little redder than I want. But at the Poppet Quest IKEA, we demand satisfaction. That's probably fine. I should almost just tie the door color and this together, to be completely honest, but they're not technically tied together. And I can switch to glass if I want. Not locked. No key. Clean glass. Oh, there's a red light. Okay, I want to turn the light on and off too. Look at how many options this thing is getting. Love me some options. Reusable cases are wonderful. You installed Unity 6, huh? What drove you down that rabbit hole? Even understand. Would you do that? I mean, nothing Unity is great. It might be fine. I don't know. I'm too lazy to learn another engine. I'm gonna say it. I have one true love. All other love is dead. This love treats me better than the other loves did. And now if I return to any other love, I will only think of this one. That's true love, man. I mean, you're not wrong. I think for Unreal, the reason you would, blueprints are awesome, and that's probably the reason you use Unreal right there. But really, the benefit to Unreal is using 3D assets in your 2D world. I think like that 2.5D type of setup is better, but yeah. Sadly, not much I can tell you about how to use Unity. I do not ever plan to learn it. I really don't care about it. I'm like, nah, I could learn it, but nah. I'll learn Blender before that. I'm actually hoping that they just add all the modeling tools to Unreal so I never have to learn anything but Unreal. Okay, so I was doing something here and then I forgot. Finish. All right, let's do yet another one here. Wait, light? You at point light? The visibility. Visibility. Visibility, I can't type. It's an I. Literally right here. I mean, seriously, I don't even have any Reason to misspell that. That's just stupid. That color. Light color. Colgate. Yeah. I mean, Paper ZD goes a long way to help out with doing a lot of the 2D stuff. I actually picked up a 2D asset that came with like physics for 2D stuff, but I had to like pay for it on the UE marketplace. I was going to 2D at one point, then I didn't. What was it called? I don't even know. Look. It's pretty cool. I learned some things just from its demo alone. Let me find it. This fine beastie right here. Did I have a video? Trailer. Let me mute it because it's already muted. Perfect. Yeah, this one here. It did all this stuff, even the little physics and stuff like that. The whole thingy was pretty fun. They just had everything programmed in. You just kind of do all kinds of crazy crap. So if I was to do a game jam with 2D stuff, I'd probably use that because I can easily just use a bunch of stupid renders from DAZ to make custom 2D characters. Oh yeah, going back to MZ, huh? I mean, if you really just wanted to do like a top-down JRPG, it's not terrible for that purpose. For all that I make fun of it, and I do make fun of it, it is in fact, I mean, pretty easy for people. I mean, just come up with a generic JRPG. Problem is getting anyone to want to play that JRPG. Nah, that's another story entirely. But for all that I make fun of it, it is pretty good at making that happen. And this has the flipbook animation support too. That's just built in there too. Paper ZD also provides this functionality, where it literally just lets you have anim blueprints for 2D stuff. So it just saves you all that crap, including having, up to I think 16 directions or something, if you want, for it just auto adjusting which direction you're facing. And yeah, this thing was awesome though. I mean, it had everything. If you're doing 2D, the fact it just has destroyable things, they created so much for you. You just get to slot in your own stuff. Like a pretty simple, not simple, you make a pretty good platformer out of it. Which problem is the platformer market's the most, well, the 2D platform market is probably the most flooded market possible. Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to what you're aiming for. I think that, I think Godot's biggest claim to fame is that people were upset at Unity, not that Godot was good. Just gonna say it. Everything I saw about Godot and everyone using it is that it was basically crap. It was just a bad version of Unity. And maybe someday it'll be a good version of Unity, but just all the videos I was seeing, they're just well, it doesn't have this support that the Unity had, but I can live without it. You're like, okay, well, that's like using Linux over Windows. Sure, you could do it, but you have to live without a bunch of stuff. And are you going to do that? Yes, you can. You can make your game without those things, sure, but... And now they have a fork like Rideau or something like that. I think that's how you say it, because they had a controversy. Now it's going to be even more fractured. Great. I would not get into that engine right now. I don't think it's a good choice. I think you're much better off going with the big two before you go with that one. Not that I want to talk up Unity at all, but I don't like Unity myself. Just having tried to use it myself, it didn't jive with me. just seemed like a much harder engine to use than Unreal. And since I like 3D stuff, it just, and Unreal's like, how Epic's like, here's a bunch of free stuff. I was like, well, one of you understands the kind of life I'm leading here. Yeah, this is pretty cool. It's a lot of fun. The fact that just everything was already made for you, just you're good to go. So like I say, for a game jam, I'll probably use it as a base and just build like some crappy little 2D platformer Metroidvania thing for a game jam. Like a simple couple levels or something, just so it's like an idea. Probably. Yeah, the fact that this came with they built physics for a lot of the destroyables and things like that, because the physics for Unreal for, you know, the 2D stuff is not very good. I found that to be a real problem that happened when I was doing this. Was that you would say like hit some object and then you have to make certain to lock it to like that plane, because otherwise, like, you know, the physics would apply to it and it would go falling off the level because it couldn't stay in that plane. Even though I tried to lock it a lot of times, it would just kind of fall over the place and be weird. It didn't quite have the I mean, it was my inexperience. It really was. I'm sure it's much easier than I think it is. But yeah, I think, you know, if you're going to make a top-down JRPG, then, you know, MZ is probably fine. It's already got everything there. It's, I mean, the event commands are pretty trash, but it's kind of easy to use. Yes. I don't know, I actually consider it harder to use than Unreal, but I guess to be fair, there's more options in Unreal, so if you used all the options in Unreal, that'd be harder. But I was sold by this video. Unintentional advertisement for this product. I just think it's cool. Yeah, you totally can. Oh yeah, that combat, it's great. They have a demo you can try. Oh, they get a rate? Oh, damn. Thanks for the raid. That was showcasing, talking about 2D stuff to people because, well, why not? Yeah. Thanks for the raid, I'll be tonight. Yeah, my, that's not the game that I'm making. It's just, we're just talking about 2D stuff. And, yeah, about that. But I will show you actual combat for the game I'm making, not that. I will attempt to show you actual combat. I just closed an army of windows on the other side there to reduce lag. Because it's shiny and wonderful and I love it. Inappropriately, nothing. No, it's just one of the higher end microphones. They're just like, okay, well, I was looking up streaming things because I started streaming here like a few weeks ago. They're all like, never skimp out on a microphone. So I dropped like $160 on a microphone. I was like, yeah, cool. And I'm using my phone as a camera. I think it looks good. It's the job done. Can I not turn the lights off? One moment, please. All right, so maybe a quick closing of something here. Making my life slightly harder for no reason. They do. They really do. And it's wonderful. I mean, it's not that cool. It's a cool microphone. It might be possible. Yeah, the actual game making this one here. Uses tarot cards as weapons. This is the Fool. It's a giant sucker. The game's only like 10 to 15% done, so, you know, don't expect it to be completely finished. This is Patrick. Oh, my bad. Patrick can't move yet, and the reason why is I forgot to put a nav mesh down. One moment. I always get rid of these when I'm not actually using it, because it has to recalculate every time you move anything. That is, in fact, one of my inspirations. And that is exactly what I want people to say. Instant Alice Madness returns. I'm proud of myself now that that is the first thing you thought. I love the little macabre things like that. It's just, you know. But the character is like, you know, oh. Yeah. The character is a doll. Like she was killed, and her soul got put into a doll, and now she's trying to escape a toy store. Like a big, large toy store. Full of other toys. And it's, all the toys are powered by a curse on the building that comes to life at night. So, you're powered by the curse, but the curse will also drive you insane over time. But if you go to the light, the curse will subside. However, if you stay in the curse area, you gain more power and can use your abilities. Not yet. Like I said, the game's like 10 to 15% done, so I was kind of waiting until I had a reasonable demo to get there, you know? He's got multiple phases, too. The Magician Tarot lets you grab things and throw them. You can also manipulate objects in the environment. Such as turning on lights. Why aren't you moving, little buddy? You should be moving. Oh, they broke. I have to check those out. I broke them because I think I fixed something on them and it broke it. Oh. That's fair. I was trying to maybe release it by next October. But I also work a full-time job, so, you know. And I'm a solo dev. Let me fix this thing here because they're not actually attacking, and that's terrible. Because half that fight is those exploding dolls, so if they don't attack... I'm pretty certain I know what I did to break them. Yeah, well, I make some of them. I actually, like, because the game's based very much on like a Jack the Ripper type of thing, where he just basically took his victims and turned them into dolls instead. I have, I made a bunch of the female characters, some of the male characters, other ones I just simply purchased. Because, well, there's this epic marketplace, and this is what I'm missing, current action. I accidentally deleted this one thing here. Okay. That'll fix them. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yes. Well, you'll be able to keep up on all that I'm doing. I want to show the exploding dolls. They're my favorite part about that. Plus, the Patrick fight gets crazy by the third phase of it. I have like triple damage on to make it interesting, but I make it faster. Do it real faster. I'll show off all the other cool things. It's a steampunk game, so there's a crazy steampunk world that's pretty cool to look at. I'll showcase that in a second. I'm just going to wail on them. With triple damage, I can get into the third phase pretty fast. Mostly. The star will trade sanity for health, whereas a heal if you're just standing in the light. Yeah, these things here. I love them. Come on. Alright, that should get into the final phase. He jumps around like crazy and he starts launching lots of the dolls. These are fun. I like photobombing. The menu will take a picture of things, so I can pop it. Get an explosion. Aha! It's just a dumb little feature I thought was awesome. But This is her dodge. She has a super move for the sucker too, where it grows large. For the fool. It fires cupcakes as well. I know, right? I'm gonna make it where you can save these things so you can get all these fun screenshots. Then I'll have like a thing where you can write stuff below it. What it is. It was just an accidental thing where they're like, oh, you just have your character standing in, you know, the menu screen. I was like, that's cool. And I was like, wait, I'm just snapping a picture of what's going on. That's awesome. I'm so happy right now. Oh, I suppose I had to get back to the light, but I will activate this one here. Oh. Turn the light on. Okay. This is another one of the weapons in the game. This is the Hanged Man. It fires bubbles. As your sanity drains, it starts to get dark to show that, you know, you're running out of sanity and should find the light again quickly or you're in trouble. The dodge actually kills these things easier than anything I've found so far. You suck, Patrick. Giant mode. Wail on him quick. He runs out. Oh no. Maybe. I keep going all over the place on how it is. One of the problems is because it's a Metroidvania, it makes the platforming really difficult if you can't see, and I don't want to annoy the player to the point where it's ridiculous. But I really want them to realize that they're, you know, running out of time. Plus, there is ways to keep your sanity up, so... Like, there's a reverse version of the star that actually will drain your health for sanity. You can stay in the dark longer if you want. And he's just got all his life back. Yeah. I'm definitely going to have more areas that are more dark related too as I go along. Almost got him. This was an accidental phase where it turned out to be so fun I just decided to keep it. Where he started spawning way too many and I was like, this is awesome. Yeah, like, there is light in certain areas. Like, I do want you to suffer from being in the dark too long. It gives, like, a lot of the platforming is not as difficult because it is a Metroidvania, so you have to fight a lot. So, I want the, but I want you to have to, you know, hurry up. He died. Fell over. I forgot an items even drop in this game. They're so rare. I need to change that. But there's going to be a lot of different things like this can actually spin the other direction and then this drains your health for sanity. I'm probably going to, this is originally the star, but I might turn it into Wheel of Fortune because Wheel of Fortune makes a lot of sense for tarot cards that do that. This is my crazy world out here. In the game, you die if you leave the building because the curse is only in the building, so you're powered by the building itself, what's happening there. But I hide things outside so you can get around. Not everything does everything yet, but you see, it's the skeleton of a game is here. And then I will show you the other mechanics I have right now and some of the cool areas I've been making. I've made like the first 2 biomes. I have plans for the others, but I've made part of the first 2 biomes. I guess I can just showcase this room now for funsies. Oh, yeah, it's definitely ambitious. I appreciate the good wishes on that. And the raid, thanks for the raid. I teach people how to use Unreal Engine along the way too, and I decided these landmines were going to be funny, so they actually have text on them now, just goes. I just thought they were fun. It's fun! Up here! Very important. Almost out of sanity, no. I don't want to sit there and wait to gain sanity back, so we'll just cheat real fast and do this. That's right. But some of them are going to have, you know, other things too, because I set up their customizable so I could change all the names on everything, including their thank you message, so, you know. Yeah, so, like this one here is just like, quick way up. And it's true, it really is a quick way up. See, you just get right up here, no problem. One of the fun mechanics of the game is that she can manipulate stuff, such as drawers, with the magician in order to get up higher. I gotta work on the drawer collision. It's not great yet. It's not gonna take that long to fix, but I just keep forgetting. It's on the list. Boing. As you can see, I'm running out of sanity, which is bad news. The good news is there's a light right here, so like, I'm gonna allow you to gain increases in the amount of sanity you have. So right now I just have the minimum. I'm just playing the whole game as though I have nothing. Make it more interesting. Oh yeah. If you have the strength to let you double jump, you can get up to places you shouldn't. No. I was just adding openable cupboards. Gonna have that gun. One of the other mechanics we have here. Oh, I'm doing that. There's the Hierophant. So there's possessed objects in the game that are just kind of floating, doing whatever they want to do. And if you hit one, they ain't gonna let you do anything. They just kind of do whatever they're doing. And that sucks to be you. But, well, let me get my sanity back. I'm almost dying. You just have to be within proximity of the light. There's a light right up there, so that's close enough. I'm not an ogre. So, well, sometimes I'm kind of an ogre, but I want to be a fair ogre. Like maybe a Shrek ogre or something, you know? I just jump off there. Well, I'm going to save myself some trouble on this one. Actually, I'll use it in this room. This room's better for this anyway. This is the room where you get the Hierophant. So, yeah, these, like, you know, possessed objects, sure. And, Well, the Hierophant's active. You can use them like platforms. Turn them off and, well, watch as they pretty much just throw you. Bing. The red stuff is my yellow paint, so you know you can grab things. I'm going to adjust them a bit. Yeah, like they had a kid. Or more specifically, are gonna have a kid because the game's not finished yet. So it's kind of like they have a kid. Sorta. The light changes if you're getting your curse back too. That helps too. So the Hierophant does cost curse to use. So if you're in the dark the whole time, it's basically free. If you're not in the dark, well, I'm gonna tell you're in the dark though because of the fact that the Hierophant itself emits light. So I'm gonna have to change that a bit. I haven't put this model in yet, but this is my reference to Annabelle. Very important. If you know anything about it, the warning on the Annabelle case is warning, positively do not open. The doll you're going to fight later. I made the model for her. I just haven't put it in the game yet. So. You get platforming like that. And you're timed by the curse going down there in the corner, so if you'll notice that I'm having to hide in the dark sometimes. Yeah, that's one of the problems I was realizing. I wasn't going to originally hide this stuff, but what I discovered is then, like, how will you know what you can grab hold of? You're just going to jump at things, and you're going to, like, try to grab it, and that's not going to work, and then they're going to be really angry at me. And I'm like, oh. Yeah, and you get the key to the next room this way, and you just go there. I turn that off and I can just drop. There's no nav mesh down, so they can't move right now. Yeah. For this, I'm definitely going to reduce the lighting a bit to kind of guide the lighting more. And you have the key, you can go to the next room. Yay! Which was this room here. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing too, because, you know, you can also wander through pipes and there's rooms below too. I've taken out all the encounters temporarily and just add them in, but this pipe is way too long. I need to do something with it. You can get to hidden rooms this way too. I'm probably going to shrink the size of this one a bit or put something up here to do. I don't know. This room isn't finished yet, but the second biome is like below. I have a simple rule. If you can land on it, you can play it. You can do it. Use it for whatever you want. So I have more of a jungle theme in this area where they've like created these little pools and have fake everything in it. Because I'm gonna have toys that fit a lot of these themes and you know, I'm gonna put a rat up there or something and make the character fight it. It's kind of like it will be a dead Stuart Little. In fact, you know what? Let me make note of this here. Call the rat in the game Stuart Little. This is important because, you know, putting fun references are good in there. I mean, I know Stuart Little's a mouse and not a rat, but the theory... I need to fix that. The theory was that I was going to have Poppet fight a rat, because that's the name of the character, Poppet. Because the rat would be like twice her size. If you've ever seen a sewer rat, I mean, she's like, you know, a 10-inch tall doll. So she's whatever that converts to, you know, non-American stuff. Yeah, she's tiny. I mean, if you look at the comparison to, like, you know, everything else, like this is a bench you would sit on, and you see how tall Poppet is. So a rat is... Oh, Stuart Rat? Perfect, perfect. Fair enough, Stuart Rat it is. Actually, you know what it could be? Stuart Not So Little. Yeah, because it's gonna be like twice her size. It's gonna be like a sewer rat. So the sewer rat, like, those things are about as tall as her, except for they're about 3 times her length, not including their tail. So that'd be a terrifying beast for a little doll. So I'm definitely into that. Some of the other areas I'm working on here. The game gains about 10 to 15 FPS if I'm not streaming. So if you see the lag, don't worry about the lag. Like, it's just that my machine is only so strong. This is one of the other rooms that is here. The jungle biome. I'm gonna have maybe a factory type of biome thing where it's like a steampunk factory. Oh, I really haven't. We're like I said, the game's in like the 10 to 15% range. Maybe at like the 25% range is probably when I put a demo out. I'm probably gonna have people on my Discord test it along the way just so I can do that. Part of the game is about hiding platforming in it, like in things that look like they're made for humans, so these things can launch you up. Oh no! If I can reach it. Yeah, I got onto it. So I can hide things up here. I'm just gonna put weird things in places, and you know, you're just gonna have to look around, you know? Because yeah, that's a thing that happens in this game. There's no fall damage. He's a sack doll, so sack dolls are largely stuffing and material around it. Oh no, I hit the tree. Water kills her, by the way. There is a thing to prevent water from killing you, though, the Emperor. I like to have multi-tiered levels. Let me fix this water thing here. Things like underwater. This thing here. It needs to be fixed. I was trying to make the water where it actually would move with the player and give you like pushback for being underwater. But I'm gonna have to look up some tutorials on that. I don't quite understand the math behind it. I think I took it out. Yep. The effect for the Emperor is not very good. I don't like it. I decided this would be like a fish tank type of area. The only thing down here you can do is open up the shells at the moment. About 9 months. Like I say, I have a full-time job, so it's going a little slower than I wanted, but you know. I stream it like 5 nights a week working on it, so that alone speeds it up. Plus I get to chat with people while I do it, which is awesome. Good. Yep, there's just all kinds of weird things to do in this. Oh, no. I'm an online seller. I have nothing to do with anything game dev related. I wish I did, but I don't. But eventually, you know, hopefully this game makes me enough money that I can say I'm a game dev. It wouldn't have to make much money for me to say I was a game dev. Let's be real here. Oh, yeah. But I'll probably end up, you know... Well, it depends on how well this game does. There's either a part 2 of this game if it does amazing, because I have plans for what would happen if there was a part 2. These are kind of fun areas. But if not, there's another game I want to make anyway. I have plans. But, you know, as soon as I get off my work day, I work like my 8-hour work day, and then I come home and I stream. I don't need sleep. I'm immune to the need for sleep. I'm like mere mortals. Not sure that's a true statement I just said. It's a statement I said, though. That's true. This is the Pumpkin Village. It's designed for children to play in. Oh yeah, like I have all the control. I had enemy spawners in here so I could just, you know, fight things, but I took them all out because I was building and got tired of fighting them along the way. There's also pipes to travel between the things too, so it's like multi-tiered. At some point there's going to be a whole area underwater too in here as well, but I haven't put anything down yet, as seen by... Well, there will be something eventually. Another thing I'm working on. Oh, here's the full city. Well, what I've built of the city. All kinds of things up in this guy. I only built like a couple blocks in every direction. I didn't go too crazy. Because every time you look out a window, I want you to see it. It's the Whimsy Wonders Toy Factory. The game's called Poppet Quest. It's not called Whimsy Wonders, but the Toy Factory's called that. Yep. Probably the next cool thing. Basically, the last thing that I can probably really show you that's anywhere thing. This fight isn't even actually that far along yet. I was working on it a couple days ago because there's a boss here and she summons like a voodoo doll of you, and throughout the fight can attack the voodoo doll of you. But I have her set to like almost no health, and her entire AI is just not good yet. But you can at least see her, what she looks like. Also, I can grab double jump. Yay, double jump! I made this character too. This one there, about to fight. Oh. She has no nav mesh. She cannot move. Like I say, I don't leave these down because if I move a single thing, like so let's say I move this candle here, it has to recalculate every time I move this candle. You know how awful that is? I'm moving the candle back. But yeah, the fact that I've had complete control over everything. Oh, actually, there's one thing I can show after this too. Throughout the game, there's a character who, when the toy maker was making, you know, putting souls in toys, he screwed up, and one of them ended up in the paintings. And now she kind of wanders around through the paintings and watches you, and will talk to you. The voodoo doll of you doesn't have movement yet. It just flies around temporarily. She's just hopping, doing her thing. But yeah, if she hits the voodoo doll, it hits you, and she'll summon it back too, which is obnoxious. I have her health set really low so I can get her to different phases. She still hits like a ton of bricks. Ow. This enemy doesn't actually have to come to you, which is the big difference there, because you see she's just hitting the doll because the doll's over by. It's like, oh, you're too far away. I have to make a bunch of attacks for her, but like you can run away with the doll. The doll will eventually. Oh, almost out of sanity. Oh no. Yep, and she's like, summon it right back. I made her a lot tougher recently. But she's needs some work because her AI is kind of stupid at the moment. For some reason it wants to jump all the time. I don't know why. It just likes jumping, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. See if I can get her to trigger my other attack here. Now she just seems broken. That's why I say we're working on this fight. And she's just completely broken. You don't want to move, huh? You don't like moving? You're no fun. This was your big chance. I'll kill you for that. Look, she's really broken. That's why I said I'm working on her. So yeah, the other thing, and this mechanic is might not make it to the game. It still feels janky, like it doesn't feel good yet. But you can actually rescue toys and take them and throw them into the painting world. And the painting world also lets you traverse between paintings you've already unlocked. So it acts as kind of like the teleport system of the game. And also whenever you put toys saved in there, they provide additional things to do in the game. Okay, this one's already unlocked. So. Oh, got flipped around. This is the painting world. Like a liminal space, basically. This is the ghost that lives in the paintings. My Discord loves her, so she's floating in space. Do not question. I made her too, because I make everyone. She's obviously not a toy because her soul got stuck in paintings, so she's normally just, well, she looks like how she was when she died. Carnival Worker show. Yeah, any paintings you've unlocked are now floating here, and you can just use them to traverse to locations you've unlocked. I guess I've only unlocked this one, which is where I came from. Might as well use the dash to move faster, right? Nope, 9 appears. Ooh. You can definitely see the areas where I haven't finished things. I also made this guy here too, on the teddy bear people. There is a dialogue system, but it's currently it was working, and then they decided to put an update out for the plugin for it, and now it doesn't work very well. I'm just saying, it doesn't work the way you want it to. But yeah. That's kind of a lot of where I'm at right now. I think it's pretty much the full tour of everything that's currently available. I mean, there's some rooms I didn't show off, but you kind of get the idea of what's going on with the game. Hopefully that's exciting enough for people to check out in the future. Like I say, once it's at about, I'm going to say 25%. 20% seems like maybe not enough, but 25%, that's probably when the demo comes out. Where I have just enough where I'm going to focus on making the first part of the game really, really good. To the point where people go, okay, this is something I want, and I'm going to put a Steam page up for that. But it's kind of getting there. More time to work on it. That's actually probably the most accurate statement, because I work a full-time job. I just started streaming on Twitch like a few weeks ago, and I mean, hey man, Twitch wants to help me reduce the number of hours I need to work that job where I could work on that wouldn't bother me. But otherwise, at this point, I'm like, Epic just made the Fab market to replace the Unreal Marketplace, and it's a disaster at the moment. Like it's unfinished. They removed all of our wish list, which kept track of all the things I needed. But what's most important is I was waiting for the next big sale to get a lot of the assets I needed to finish the demo. Hopefully by Black Friday, I can get those assets and I can finish the demo. So the number one thing I need besides more time is them to go on a sale. I need really specific assets. Like, I have so many environments, but when you're making a steampunk game inside of a toy factory with a bunch of, you know, possessed dolls and other toys, kind of narrows what you need. Because I've got lots of music, and I've got, like, every month, Epic gives you 5 new free asset packs. And I've been collecting those for a while, so I have a little. But unless that Humble Bundle is specifically for those, it's kind of, I haven't checked recently. I wonder what the is at the moment. Let's see what it is. I mean, because well, actually, you might be right. Let's see. I think I have that. That's cool. I mean, would this help me? Mute. Oh, Style Arts. Okay, I have Laertes is the company that made that, and I have a bunch of their stuff. Ugh. Well, this could be good for little crappy toys. Oh, you know what? Thanks for pointing this out to me, because you know one of the girls that was kidnapped and killed is was a ship worker. You know, like well, she worked at the docks. So I was gonna have her like, you know, fight you while she's like a little pirate boat and fight, you know, she tries to fight you with it, shoot you like that. And the thing I found is that a lot of this stylized stuff looks like crappy toys. Like it looks like cheap garbage. So it's actually unintentionally useful in that regard because it can go, oh yeah, it looks like a toy. That might be pretty good right there. Weirdly enough, that one could be good. Plus, I need boats. I don't need that. I have the one thing you'll get a million of is medieval castle stuff. Like if you want to make a fantasy game in Unreal, you don't even have to pay money. I think right now they're giving away like what 10 free characters or something like that too. That would go for it just as amongst the other free stuff. What is it today? Not today, but just in general. Yeah, like if you're not like, you know, you get these things free, including also this one here. So I mean, here's like a bunch of character models. They're just free and ready to go. And just use them. Cool, neat. And then, well, there's a style arts thing right here. Actually, stylized Paris. They don't always work well together. I don't know about stylized Paris there, but some temples in Cambodia. These are a little realistic, kind of not the best. Rocket thrusters, you know, this cave though would go great with those other ones. Half the fun is just playing in the environments. I do that all the time. Yeah. Even if you've never thought to yourself, you know, about using Unreal Engine, I highly recommend anyone, if you ever, at any point in your life, think you might conceivably use it, to open an Epic account and just collect them all for free. Because as long as you add them to your account, they're free until the end of the month. So, yes, highly recommend. But anyway, so yeah, this seems pretty good. It's $30. That's not bad. I think I have this. I might have this. I don't have that, but I don't need it. Obviously not useful. Oh, Cathedral. Don't really need any outdoor environments necessarily. The Dark Church thingy could be interesting. Oh, really? Sure. That's awesome. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, doot, doot. I think my Humble account's tied to that one. Pretty certain it is. Well, actually, can you gift a Humble bundle? Or are you just gifting the assets? Oh, okay. Well, then I guess my Humble bundle is tied to a very old email. Okay. Hmm. Wants me to verify my phone number now. That's what I bothered to do. It wants my. Can you tell I haven't been streaming very long on here? Really? Now it's like, listen, you should go to your email and now confirm that after you've typed in a password and verified your phone number. I just wanted to send a whisper. For God's sakes. Jesus. Sure. There you go. I can do it, I think. Now it asks me to verify my phone number again? What? What? Why can I not whisper on this here? Can I do that? It does not want to let me do this without verifying the number, but it doesn't want to verify my number. Because it says it's fine and it gives me the email, it doesn't verify. Right. You got a Discord that I can join or something? Or some way to message you on that? I'll just join that. Rather than fight with whatever's going on, I'll resolve this later, but if entering my number and confirming the email repeatedly and often and without any errors says still won't let me do it, which is being a little weird. What's your Discord? You can drop the link in the chat. Up in chat in there too. Part of every Discord. Here. Wait, are you human? We live in a world where I must verify everything. You can never verify enough. I must enter my birthday. Sure. Why not? Oh, no, I don't want to do all that. Let me just copy and paste it directly to Discord itself. Yeah, apparently it's decided that I am not the chosen one today. It's just like, yeah, man, you want to do all this? I'm like, do I? I was happily working on my game. There we go. Apparently I joined it twice because it decided that clicking the link in there would try to join it via the web. Anyway, you can delete the one that doesn't have a icon or it. Ah, after 9 million things, it was a funny, funny world that we live in. I'll get back to it in 1 second. Like, but what about this? And what about this? And I'm like, thanks so much. Wonderful. Never had anyone picking me up from me unless it's like, wow, thanks. Hmm. I kind of want to install it all. Man, that's the asset thingies. Let's see. That's not the pirate stuff. Hmm. Oh, I saw it said a redemption deadline of October 31st. I was like, wait, what? And it said 2025. I was like, oh, I see. I see. Would have been the funniest con ever. I got it. Thanks. Thank you very much. It is, in fact, have added it to the account. I just have to, I think I have to go to Laertes Cosmos in order to redeem it. Let's see. Today is the day. Account protections. Yeah. No, I appreciate it. And, you know, deleting things so there's not information on there, just floating around. Because, well, you know, yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome. I have a layer taste thingy. Might, indeed. See if I can get this pirate stuff, because now I want to play with the pirate stuff. E? Huh? Okay. That might be a later plan. Fortunately. Looks like they, oh? Where I had an air taste thingy. I don't. That's right, yes. You have done well in derailing me. Yes. I guess I could just make the account real fast. It's not on the string, right? Off to the side. Okay. But, you know, if I ever get derailed, like, you can just talk to me about basically anything, and that's enough to derail me. That's okay. But it didn't take me too long to do this. There are those kinds of people. They're like, oh, your password needs to have specific things in it. And I'm like, it's a super strong password. What do you want? And they're like, nope, nope. We want real specific, things. And I'm like, oh, okay. I've read, yeah, sure. Okay. Can I claim it? All right. I'm in the first step here. We're going to get these here. I'm going to play with these pirate boys here. How am I going to do with it? Not yet. I would do the solo string, but obviously because passwords are involved, that is not happening. Ah. I claim these. Okay. I'll redeem. Yeah. What I got? Got the one? They just have like 3 different things mentioned. They don't say what it is that you're redeeming. You don't even know. Oh wait, did it come with Halloween Village too? Man, really? Did it? Did it? Did it? Did it? Did it? It's so amazing if that's true. I didn't even see that on there. That's even more exciting than the pirates. Downloading now. Oh. Eric Kerbal downloading product. What? Well. Okay. Was trying to get this product here. Oh, on that one, why would it have a problem with downloading this? All right, well, I think I've been temporarily defeated because I'm gonna have to do some research on this error, and I don't, maybe it can't download 5.4? No, that'd be weird. Why would you even list it? It's just erroring every time I try to download anything. Oh, that's no fun. Bad times. The other one there, the pirate one work? Ritz? Port City? Maybe? Real 4, maybe? Alan's downloading. Oh yeah, well, at least we're gonna play pirates. All right. We're gonna find the One Piece yet. Well, see that it's like 1.5 gigabytes, so it's kind of. And once again, my product gets the project gets more and more bloated. A great secret: just keep adding things until eventually the project just eclipses the entire drive. I was building this room here, but then I got sidetracked because I was building. I'm just waiting for that to download. Not that much longer, honestly. I decided to build these to do stuff. Oh, technically, I can write whatever I want of these because these were actually doing something else. So, goodies inside. Oh, I like them better capitalized. That's a little big. If I don't have the exclamation. That'd be okay, I guess. I might need to add a thing to change that. See, there's a ghost of a 14-year-old girl that runs the place like that, or like has been haunting the place, and like she has a lot of the naming things like that, and puts toys in timeout and things like that. I mean, they're her toys, and everything has to be. If she names something or she puts something somewhere, it's she's being playful. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Nun366. All right, the pirate stuff is done downloading. My God. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I kind of have an idea, actually. And has Port City. Port City 5.3. What? All right. 5.3 assets. That's interesting. 5.3. Doesn't matter. Just copy it over into the game. Do not replace names of anything. Replace things. Why did I copy that? It breaks the whole project. Hopefully not. I do have a backup, so it doesn't really matter if it breaks it, but all I really did was make one thing. That's not true. I made a couple, but all right. Is it here? Is it here? Oh my God. And has Port City. And has Port City. Ooh. All right. We'll see if the stylized looks good, but there's a bunch of other things that seem pretty cool too. So ship parts. All right. I was originally going to use these things here for the toy things, and they're okay, I guess, but the simple reality is they're not that great. Like, it doesn't seem very toy-like. It seems too real. It'd be funny if she just had a giant cannon on here, too, because it's supposed to look like a dumb plastic toy anyway. If you just had a giant cannon that rotated on, like, one of these boats. What just happened? I have questions. I don't know what those questions pretty much entail, but I just wanted to put a boat out here. That's a big boat. I like it. Much smaller. 0.3. You put the cannon on the boat? I haven't actually made the pirate girl yet, but tell me this boat is not more exciting than that boat. Like, we'll just have, like, cannons on the various points here. Maybe even a couple of them. Then you have to destroy the cannons in order to fight her. You can see this. Ship parts. Parts. Where are they? Way over there. Make them smaller. All right. This goes on like the sides, I guess. Ooh. I could actually make one of the areas set up to be more like a pirate area in general. Like this whole room could actually take a bit of a turn. Because I didn't realize I was going to get any cool pirate stuff. Thanks again. That's awesome. You have made my night, Albedo9. It is in fact 3:07 a.m. here, and I'm going to be streaming a long time now. I actually started 4 hours and 30 minutes ago, but now I have fun stuff to mess with. Yeah, I like these. These are just cartoonishly bigger and more interesting. I'm not sure I'm going to make the boat destroyable. I know I can make the cannons destroyable. I don't think blow parts off of it or something. I'm sure it's possible. But I want this to rotate or something. Or maybe I could just have a bunch of, like, you know, a dock or something like that going on here and have you just fight her on that too, potentially. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Sails. This is so exciting. I'm an art guy, so, you know, at heart. I do the programming, sure, but terrible person. Art is everything I need. That's interesting. Why is it like that? I guess it's supposed to be the other direction, like a point. What is the front of the ship? Did I put those in the back? I almost want to put like engines on it or something. It is steampunk. I could also use like an airship thing too, for that matter. I think I know what it's supposed to be. These are supposed to be down in the inside the ship, I guess. Kind of weird, right? Doesn't really fit. I have questions. And no answers. Because it looks like it's supposed to be that. Which, to be fair, this is... I don't know. What about these other parts? Some docks. Nice, nice. Cliff thingy. Sure, sure. Pirate buildings. Okay, well, I can't see with that on top of there, but... I could get rid of these little rocks instead and have it just like a little pirate cove thingy. I'm going to move this off to the side for the moment because I might want it back. But I also recognize that that boat might not fit through. But I like this boat better than these boats. These boats suck. All right, so... start building things. We got platforms here. How big is this in relation to Poppet? Let's double check this here. I gotta set things to scale. It's pretty important. One does not scale these things. It will be a problem later, because Poppet is in fact tiny. That could be okay. I probably want to make it slightly larger for purposes of her fighting on it, though. But now what I envision for this pool is actually just a giant, like, you know, pirate city and, like, pirate boats, and you fighting across pirate boats. And maybe potentially them firing cannons at you, but the boats just don't move. I consider having, like, you know, a boat fight, but I actually don't think that would be fun. Or, like, it'd be okay, but I think the controls wouldn't be that great. What am I hitting? Something. What What is this collision? Thanks, I hate it. Collision is terrible. Let me fix it. Show simple collision. Oh, okay, well, that would be why it's terrible. Let's do a bit of auto convex here to make it look nice. Ah, it looks great. Maybe a little mediocre along the bottom there. We'll test it. You have to be able to run around there, and these are essentially what's holding up the fake forest, ground here. So I do want the building to seem like it's, well, bizarrely built, structurally sound, kind of. Like, things aren't just literally floating on nothing, they're floating on streams and steampunk technology. Oh, perfect. That seems fine. The only question I had was at the bottom. Oh, there's a death thingy on there. I don't have the Emperor, whatever. Alright. So since we're building our little pirate diorama here, I think what I wanted to... Which of these do I like best? Looks like it's very one-sided. I don't know if I like that. Alright, can I set the thing to double here? Yeah, I don't want things that are see-through. That's not ideal. Fine, I guess, but it's not ideal. I think I actually just want one that's flat. I don't think I want the extra level there. Or I could delete the water. That's also fine too. And delete this. You're just slightly underwater and therefore I can't delete you. That's fair. I can get behind that, kind of. Just slightly underwater. This is BO2. Two-sided. Ooh. I'm no stranger to Laerte stuff. They always optimize their stuff so that there's, single-sided materials and everything, but I need stuff to be two-sided a lot of times. Not always, but that's not going to work as well as I want it to at all. Unless I put something on the side of it. Because, well, you'll see it. So if I just do this, it's probably fine. I could actually just build my thing like this, right? We're going to make a little city out here. Yeah, I guess we'll start the port city over out here. That looks fast. Okay, this camera's too fast for this tiny work. This. We'll just go ahead and group them and then do a bit of duplicating. It's possible I might switch out for these boards here because they're a little better for this, but these also kind of match the stuff too, so I kind of want to see how they look. Some of these little buildings. Okay, well, I have questions. Okay, my questions have been answered. I was like, what happened to the world? Things have changed. Can you go inside this? No. That's fine. You don't have to go inside every building. Wait a second. I found a tricky thing here where they just have a bunch of pre-made stuff. Yes. That'll speed this up even more. Ooh. I mean, I'll make some cool ones myself later, but saying. We don't need this. Ah, man, nah. They're a pre-made boat. What's this? What in the world? Ship building part? What does it go to? I don't even know. Why is it not attached to anything else? Huh. I assume it goes potentially on this. It's like a giant pirate thing. Okay, you know what I want to do? I want to see how they built this. A lot of times they have these little, port levels that are all neat, pre-made stuff. Yeah, sure, save it all. Need some ideas here. Well, let's compile this. I'm gonna take a quick power break. It'll be like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. Myself some creative enhancer here. ALL. It's 3:21 a.m. where I'm at, so Okay, I thought this would be faster. Like, hi, I got time. Hit it, freeze. Maybe. Oh no, it was just taking a moment. Oh, that's not what I was hoping for at all. I was hoping for a pre-made map. Also, there's tentacles and giant fish stickies. You really didn't make a pre-made map? Yeah. Still. Interesting. Yeah, no, fair enough. So surprising. There's always a pre-made map in these things. Airtaste usually does that. Oh well. Oops. Did it only close something? Alright. So there's obviously this giant ship thingy, and now I must eke this out because it looks awesome. I require the pieces that build the ship. Building ship part 2. Okay. I'm trying to solve the mystery here of the various parts. I'm just adding in there to see what happens. But I think I'm just going to do a bunch of ground here and then just build like a little mini city on it. I don't know about this ship building thing yet, but maybe. It looks like it's only got part of it, so that doesn't do a lot for me. Clearly they made it out of pieces. A lot of times I just place things on the levels and figure it out as I go. Like maybe I like it, maybe I don't, but I don't know if I like it. Let's move it there a while and let's regroup these here. We're going to off-kilter this a bit, you know, just make it a little more exciting probably. My theory is that I can just do this and then I can ungroup them and delete the ones that I don't want in order to create more interesting pathways, right? And then start putting various buildings on here. Well, this looks like a building ship. Kind of. Well, now there's just going to be like a little pirate city here because I want one. Oh. Oh, hi, Lepus. How's it going? Yes, Windows. I have Windows on everything. Yeah. Abito then bought me this Humble Bundle with a bunch of stuff, and now I'm playing with it. Oh my god, he's a wonderful person. She. I don't know. But they are a wonderful person, yes. They're going to be responsible for this being in the game. Yes. Maybe you're gonna make a pet and you fire. Should you put it in another level when you reach a certain part of the game? You could then interact with said pet. a lot of times I would have some sort of, you know, like a central type of summoning thing, like, you know, just some sort of like the level or something like that, which would go, okay, well, if it can be summoned on this level, then the level blueprint has it, but not the player. I don't like tying things to the player very often. I mean, sometimes you have to. It just depends on how much you need to load it, though, because if you're pulling it from another level, it would then have to load all that in the middle of the thing, so you would want to have some sort of, like, you know, async loading thing or something to do that. But one of the things you could actually do is simply put it somewhere else on the level and then just move it to them as well. Like, it's just like, you know, put it far away. Especially if you're using the open world levels, you can just put it far enough away and then, you know, teleport it to you and just make certain you have some sort of a particle or something, and by the time it's loaded, and have the particle vanish, and there it is. That's one thing you can do with it. I often have a central, let's see. I have a creator character, and the creator character gets placed on the level, and whenever I didn't want to tie something to Poppet specifically, especially for like this level itself, I would often call upon this, like, you know, when it wants to spawn something, it goes, okay, well, what are we spawning? And then has like a various options. And then this thing is tied to all this stuff. This thing is huge and not Poppet. So it's important if I go to like another area or something like that, or I'm loading like a different, like I could have the creator in a different area for each thing. Like, you know, each one would be tied to these things, and I wouldn't have to load them all. Whereas if they're all tied to the player themselves, then they must all be loaded at all times. So I find it's better to do that, either tie it to the level and then have different levels, or tie it to specific units. Like, one of the things I do is I have summoners. Like, I have individual summoners, right? Like, this is a BP spawn stuff. And the BP spawn stuff exists so that I can, you know, for instance, change which class it spawns. We can summon Bites now. Okay, and then now it just does these things and does the spawns for me. But this spawn stuff thingy itself is not tied to anything. So I can show you the size map for it. It's only 16.3 megabytes because each one is individually set to spawn these things. So that's also an option. It just depends on how much you need to have it loaded. Like, if it has to be loaded all the time, then, you know, tie it to the level or tie it to the player, you know, and have it loaded all the time. If it just needs to be loaded some of the time, I mean, you know, by doing this, now I'll go out here and I guess I can put a nav mesh down. Oh, I actually have to grab a nav mesh. We'll put this down so that they can move. And now, without having to actually load those things specifically, I mean, don't get me wrong, this particular spawn stuff thing, he has to load them, but okay. Yeah. I would just use a particle and then spawn it. Have like something else spawn it. Not usually the player. Why are you not spawning? Did you try to spawn in the middle of nowhere? Maybe. Okay. I think it's too low and it's spawning in the ground. 1 second. Hold, please. This is my generic spawners. They just reset over time every time I come back to the level. This way I don't have to constantly, you know, place every individual enemy. I think I want these to be a little bigger. I think they want them to be like, you know, large enough that Poppet could go in a door. Oh yeah, these things are little dumb enemies. They're not supposed to be tough. But this is her, she uses tarot cards as abilities, and this is the Fool, which is a giant sucker. It's got special abilities. It can grow big, too. Now, it's a Metroidvania, so in Metroidvanias, most mobs are completely stupid. That's half the point. Like, you're basically traveling through areas, and they exist to make it take longer to get places as you're exploring, and slowly damage you over time. But these ones are really, you know, dumb. I also... Nothing is scaled at this point. The game's like in the 10 to 15% thing there, so things are not what they're supposed to be. But I have other ones that could spawn too, for that matter. I'll make more space to fight onto. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I can show you a bunch of stuff if you want. I usually show people a tour. Oh yeah, and Lepus, I'm building a city. It's a pirate city. Well, yeah, you can find a tutorial to do it, but I can also just show you how it's done pretty easy. Let me go to the spawn stuff thingy. I will teach you. We'll learn much, yeah. You can just do this on event tick if you want. I create a custom event and then call the custom event, but you know, whatever you want to do. And I put a delay on it. But basically, all you really need to do to spawn things is tell it where you want to spawn it. Actually, where's the spawn thing for that? This is more complicated than it needs to be. It's simply spawn actor from Blueprint, right? Oh, sorry, spawn actor from class. And what you do is you just tell it where you want it to go. Like, or so you want to tell it what you want to spawn. Like, you can pick anything as long as it's an actor of some sort. Oh, the connection was in there. And then once you have, like, you know, a class, you can tell it where you want it to spawn with a spawn transform, and then how you want to handle collision. And that's it. No, it's just any spawn like transformation you want to give it. You can split to wherever you want. You can get it. I personally base it on, you know, the transform of the actor that's spawning. So what I'm doing here is I get the actor transform of the spawn stuff itself. And then from there, I have these things set to add to the various things there, so I can adjust how far away it can spawn. And then I'm just turning it back into a transform here. Yeah. And I just put it in here. And that's all that you really have to do. It's just spawn actor from that. Now I'm sitting there keeping track of it in arrays, so this way I can remove them later. So if the person gets too far away, because I don't want to just infinitely spawn stuff and leave it forever. Oh, hi, Shield Duck. How's it going? Oh, good. Well, man. Even better if you already know what to do. But in a lot of cases, I highly recommend keeping track of what you spawn in like some sort of variable. In this case, I have like the recent spawn, and then I add them to an array. But yeah, I have a more complex spawner for spawning for the boss fights, but you know, we're working on it. I'll show you a fun enemy. I actually have like 8 different enemies done. I just add the actual actor itself to an array. And this way I can call upon that array and find that actor and get rid of it later. Either if the actor has been killed, I can just specifically find it from the array, or I can, when they get too far away, I can just remove them all from the array. These are fun, I love them. Oh, the next one's spawning in? Yep. You can photobomb too. It takes a screenshot of whatever you're currently doing, which is half the fun. It's supposed to be in the dark too. I just designed in the light because I can't see anything otherwise. Yeah, the mini nukes are awesome. I love it. That's my favorite thing there. Does it get saved? You have to actually save things yourself. Like, nothing is saved. The second you leave a level, everything is gone, with the exception of stuff that is sitting in the game instance itself and the player control. Like, everything sitting on your player itself, gone. So, in order to do that, I had to figure all this out. It was like the worst thing ever. You have to call a save yourself. The save, I would recommend looking up a video on how to specifically do saves because it is quite complicated. A lot of it comes down to what you plan on saving. But a lot of it comes down to, like here I have, you get the game instance, you cast to your game instance, you have to make a file for this. And then you can get a slot name for that's attached to that, which is where you're saving to. Check if it exists. Create it if it doesn't, which you create a game object. Or in my case, to make a save game info, I get the game mode, this time thing, everything like that. These are all the stats I'm saving. I save them to the game instance, and then use the save game mode. It's a pain. Like, be prepared to put some work in and probably spend a good, you know, probably 2 or 3 hours watching videos to truly get it, and then like to understand what they're talking about, and then probably a day or two getting your save right. Because, you know, it depends on what you want to save. I have to save a lot. But largely it comes down to making 2 different files and then referencing them. And you can do whatever you want once you reference that. So it's like, it's like game save, and all game save is the information you want to save. And then instance game save, which is pretty much all the code that's going to be interacting with the game save or the save game. Yeah, blueprints make it way easier than it would be normally. But it is definitely interesting to say the least. Or the most. You can say the most that way too. That's fine. But yeah, I would look it up. My understanding of it is okay. It ain't great. Okay, it's enough to get the job done, but I would look up tutorials. Even I would refresh my memory on the tutorials if needed. That's fair. Talking about, I don't remember half of what I talk about either, you know, Israel, so I'm just saying. It's all about not remembering what you talk about, and then you can just be like, I don't remember saying that. Well, I was going to increase the size of these because you realize I don't like their size for Poppet. Let's check how it is against 4 and 5. Also, this is stuck in the ground. I don't like that. What dis? Why dis? Oh my god, I don't even know why dis. This looks like it's part of that ship thing. Part of the ship, part of the crew, I guess. Cool. Well, resize this one because I want to stand next to it to get an idea of where we're at on the scale of these. Pop it. How to make a character head? Well, you know, technically in UE, you could just take the mannequin itself, the Unreal mannequin, hide the mannequin, like just, and then just put a bunch of meshes attached to the head socket, and that would create like a head. Just remove all the collision from the mesh. I'm gonna do that. I'll make a character out of gears and pipes and everything too. That's one of the planned characters. I'm making a boss out of that. I haven't done it yet because it's a much later boss, but oh, that's cool. I'm technically making it from scratch in a way. I'm building it out of other parts to make a thing, sort of like scratch. Not a complete instant model like I want it to be. This is still a little smaller than that one, actually. I think I brought it at a 6. I will figure out exactly how big these need to be. The fact that there's a pirate city now means there's going to be some serious changes to this map for my pirate city. I will like it. This is important. If they don't like little crappy toys, that means the tomato area will probably have Pirate City too. Okay, so that's okay sized. I mean, you can't go inside them because they're not designed to open. ARTs is notorious for that, where their things can't be openable, but... Oh, is that the front of the ship? So then this is like a middle of the ship building? I don't even know. There's like a giant pirate ship building here going on. Yeah, I guess I want that to be a thing. I will do this. Yeah. I made some of my own in Daz. I mean, I made a lot of the female characters because, well, my game is literally about essentially based on Jack the Ripper, you know, except for instead of killing them, he turns them into dolls, puts their souls in toys. So, all of his victims are largely women because that's Jack the Ripper in a nutshell, which means I had to make a lot of women. I did make some of the guys, but... Oh, these are like little platforms. I don't like this anymore. I hate it. That's fair. I mean, solo modeling stuff takes a long time. My advice is always pick and choose your battles. Like, for your main character, yeah, make that character, sure. But for every NPC, think carefully about if that's really what you want to do with your time, you know, because game dev takes a long time already. And if you're wearing every hat, you got to decide how often you want to wear each hat. Maybe you want to wear the hat the whole time, but other times, you know, maybe you decide, I don't need to wear that hat all the time. I'm going to wear it some of the time. That's kind of where I'm at on it. Like, I don't want to make my own music, per se. Like, that takes an incredible amount of time and effort to get good at making music. I'd rather pay someone some money, like, especially if it's, like, from a pack or something, which is basically what I'm thinking of doing. That just makes more sense to me than the other. I actually don't know if I want these anymore. They can be moved, though. Not to, like, here or something. Especially if I happen to... Oh, this is just a crappy geyser. This isn't even one of the launchers. That's no fun. You can go away. I'm gonna put a launcher here later. All right, so let's get rid of these. I like them, but I have a better version, so, you know. No need to use the crappy version when I have a launcher. I need one of these. I guess I want the pipe underneath. I guess I'll grab one of the slower ones here. Yeah. I don't know. I'll grab a pipe with too. I guess I shouldn't delete the other pipe. No, select a pipe. Hmm. Don't 100% know I want these in here, but it will at least be more interesting to have them. That's exciting. Yeah, maybe I'll like wrap boats together and make it where there's stuff to do. Hmm. Hmm. I'm definitely gonna make a cannon that you have to destroy. Not yet though. First I'm making the area, getting the ideas of what I want it to be. You know? I don't quite know the plan. What is this platform? Hmm. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Bug. Well, that's cool. Huh. Oh. Just go ahead and make the whole thing for me, why don't you? What if I shrink these to 0.6 as the scale of them? Might be neater. Huh. Maybe. I like to see what weird things they've decided to make too, because you never know. Maybe they have a really good idea. There's a mosquito bugging me for some reason. Why is there a mosquito right now? Makes so little sense. Yeah, that's too tall. But 0.6 makes it a little smaller. I'm just going to remove that nav mesh now. Thanks, I hate it. Unfortunately, that cannot go down as far as it is. I don't like that. Maybe I'm not going to use those. I mean, yeah, I could manually build everything too. And I'm going to build a bunch of things too, but kind of cool to see just what they made. Get the instant prototype and then go from there. Decide where I want things to be. I actually might just use more of the other blocks and not this thing. I like this thing here. Like I could just grab a big connector here and just move it. Just all be floating on the water. So instead I just do this over here. Maybe. I get rid of this thing because it sticks through the floor and I have a floor beneath, so I can't have that. Move it down. Keep everything the same height. Do something like that. Well, thanks for swinging by, Lord of Dreams. Or Lord of Dreams. Let me know if you need any help on the spawn system, I'll be here. doing my thing. Building my game with all kinds of dolls and things. In my bizarre steampunky world. Full of toys. Yes. I gotta put boats out there too now. That's a thing as well. So at some point, maybe I'll add some things out in the ocean in the distance. Maybe. Maybe not. Might not be visible, so, you know. I know I put some sort of stuff under here now, too. You got pirate stuff going on, it's important. I mean, they look pretty cool in the dark. I'm not gonna lie. Tell me these don't look cool in the dark. Still got animate your main character, sure, Luke? Adding bones is rough. There's a way to do it in Unreal. I mean, like, I saw a tutorial. I didn't really understand what was going on in the tutorial, but I saw the tutorial. Oh, this is just going to be fun. I'm going to enjoy these. I need little toy pirates to fight, though. Or they could be like pirate teddy bears or something. I can definitely recycle enemies. Because the farther down you get, the more the toys are actually kind of normal. Okay. I got rid of the nav mesh. Poor things. Oh no! I love the explosion in the background. I don't get out much. Yeah, I like where this is going. I can definitely get behind this. I might put something to hold them up there. The fact that you can see through those is kind of obnoxious. I'll have to do something about that. But otherwise... I mean, I could use these tiny little boards here instead. These ones actually work probably better, and then just use the thingies on top. Let me see how that looks. Might like it better. Yeah. I mean, Humble Bundle often has bundles with like music making software. I just figure that becoming a great musician is tough. Like making great musical tracks is not easy. I mean, it's an art. But I could just pay someone to do that, or get a lot of tracks that are just already existing, and they're probably good enough. I mean, I have a limited budget. I do most of the work myself, but some things it's like, okay, well, crowdsource it. I'll probably have to make a bunch of sound effects because a lot of the sound effects just don't exist for what I want. So I'm probably gonna have to find a way to make my own. That's gonna be fun. In that I've never really made sound effects before, but oh yeah, there's definitely a free music softwares. How good they are, I don't know. My knowledge of that entire thing is limited, to say the least. I won't even pretend to speak with expertise from that. I'm gonna grab these. I think these will work better. Say it. Everyone's favorite balcony. Well, actually, what I could do... Oh boy. Is that what we're doing? Plan. I have a plan. It's spline time. Articulating splines. These are cool and all, but let's be real here. What if we spline this? I'll probably make them slightly bigger here. My problem with a lot of those is that they don't have sides. So I will have to try to hide the sides over and over. So maybe I would just want to use these and not those, right? Sure. Because these also look pretty similar. But these are splines, so I can also bend them. I'm not going to bend these ones per se, but wait. That's fair. Mac and I, we're not on speaking terms. What I could do, be a little more interesting. Well, I guess I can also just do it this way and break it up like this. You kind of want to bend them. I'm not sure how I want to bend them though. Sure. There's nothing saying I can't use both ships. Oh, there's a little physics on that. Oh, adorable. Yeah, I don't like the plain Jane boat. Plain Jane boat sucks. Thanks, I hate it. Oh yeah, the Sally ship. You can be Sally's ship now. Look at me. I'm the ship now. It's pretty much what this one's saying to the other. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. You know, for all that I make fun of Windows, if my other options are Linux or Mac, I'm using Windows. I hate to be that guy, but I tried Linux for a few years. It was an experience. Definitely an experience. One that I'm looking to do again. Not really. No, thank you. Guess I could bend this. Like, let's get a little more fancy here. I didn't know you could grab sections and move them. Huh. Today I learned something new. On a spline, you can grab a section and move just the section. Like this. That's wild. You know how many splines I've moved around and never seen that happen? Yeah. I feel as though I did not understand the spline as I do now. Really, the spline and I are... We need to understand each other better. Did not move this with. I make myself sad. Move to Sally's ship. The big problem with Linux is often, well, there's a couple. First off, it's having to, there's extra steps necessary to use a lot of the software I want. I mean, the software's not made for it, but Linux just doesn't have a lot of options that I need, you know? It's like, okay, well, I got to compile it, or I have to try to run, you know, Wine or Litrus or something like that in order to make it work. And that's one extra step to doing something that I didn't need to do, because Windows would have already done it. The other problem is they still think terminal is something that should exist in the world, and it just shouldn't. And as long as they think terminal is a real thing, Linux will never catch on as a desktop thing, because nobody wants to type out text anything. There you go. Actually, there's 3 reasons too. They need to get less forks. They need to just kind of get their things together, because the problem is devs can't support all the versions of it, which is why it gets no software. So the fact that it's open source is what makes it bad. There you go. They would didn't suffer from that issue, it would help a lot. But I mean, it's like, well, I could make games for it, but I would have to try to support 1 million versions. I'm not going to do that. No way. I'm one guy. I couldn't do that. So those are my big problems with it. At least you can get a version of Unreal for it now without having to compile it. Because that's an extra step I want when doing software. Yeah, let me go ahead and compile this too. That won't take forever. Plus, if you think Unreal 5 has its problems on Windows, wait until you use it on Mac. With its lack of support from Epic. I mean, they have a version now, so it's not like completely unsupported, but this is Epic we're talking about. Yeah. Really? I mean, really? Have you seen how they kind of just half-ass things all the time? I'm going to bend this out a little more, I think. Get an extra thing here. All right, well, how do you spline stuff? 1 second, I will show you how to make a spline. And from that point on, you will be freed from, you know, 90-degree angle prison and live spline supremacy. The joke would have been funnier if I actually had thought about it before I said it all. Damn. This is bugging me. All right. I actually just duplicate this file and change out which of the things that is used for it. Anyway, in the constructions, you add a spline. Get the number of spline points and then subtract 2. It's because the first and last points you don't want to add on those. You want to add, like, you know, each of the later points there. Then from the index, you want to get starting position, the end position, and it's just literally the current spline and then the spline plus 1. And then there's add spline mesh to component, which is just literally where you pick what you're adding. And then just tell it where the start and end is, which is this set start and end. And then it's attached component to component. That's it. I'm gonna move that down there because it's weird looking. Nice have it as keep relative, things like that, but there's really nothing particularly special about this. Yeah, you're just doing the construction script. You don't need anything in the regular thing. It's just any spline. And then just number of spline points, -2, loop. The starting point, the end point plus 1. And it's just, you know, get location and tangent at spline point, so that helps there. Attach spline mesh. Start and end. Those there. Attach component to component. Easily clip that or whatever, do it, but also some people can tell you how to make it. But that's pretty much what it is. And then from that point on, as long as I just duplicate the file and I use that to make every single spline thingy. You can change it up too, so it can be more complicated than what I have there, but most of the time that's kind of about what I want. Can I not click this spline point? Spline point and I are at war. I appear to be losing the fight. You just gotta do a little bit of fixing on each of the points there, because, you know, they get a little wonky and weird, and these extra little side points here let you bend it a lot more, so you can make it a little finer or a little crappier, depending upon how you want it to be. And moving the main point does that, but these are just the bending points there. Yeah, there you go. Tempted to actually move the spline up to here, actually. I don't like that. So it kind of goes up to the door. This is exciting. Yeah, if you have any other questions beyond that, I'm happy to answer them. You know, everyone should use splines, because they let you do stuff like that, which would never be possible with the 90-degree stuff. And I could have actually traded one of these other things out for a spline. Like, there's nothing that's stopping me from using one of these as a spline as well. Not those. One of these other ones here. Like I said, the main reason I didn't want to use these ones, though, is just literally, if you look at the side, they have a hole in them. So I can't just use those. I have to have something on the side of each one to make it work. And I don't know if I want to do that. Also, they're too small anyway. They're scaled wrong. They're supposed to be scaled to 0.6, and these are all scaled to 0.3. So I'd have to double the size of all of them anyway. It's not that I don't like them, but I wish they just made them a complete thing. There's actually a bunch of individual dimensions too that I can use for these. Make cool stuff like building parts. I'm probably going to make a bunch of custom buildings too at some point. Also, there's stairs. Ooh. Stairs do not make very good spline meshes. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. They really don't. I've been trying to make them work. Kind of don't work. Almost want this to be larger. I don't think Poppet could even go on this. What is the collision on this? Probably an abomination. Kind of, yeah. I don't even know if I'm going to waste my time with that. Okay, I'll try one auto-convex. We'll just see if we can auto-convex this collision to perfect or not. We're waiting. We're waiting. Convexing. I'm drinking some ale. That's how you convex. You have to drink ale while you do it. That's actually not bad. That's actually surprisingly good. Oh, no, it's not. That looks like a slip and slide right there, buddy. Maybe if you're grinding or something. I guess, did it get the actual end stairs? It looks like it's pretty special. I'll try it. I will do whatever I just did there. That's fine, sure. I'm going to increase the size of these because they might be too small for Poppet to walk on. Just test it out. Not to mention that now it looks like it's the right height too, so... I haven't checked in on YouTube in forever. That's actually not bad. These definitely need to be size 1 so she can go up and down them pretty easily. Well, Pirate City could have multiple levels. Oh no. It might have to have multiple levels. Hmm. Like, this gives me an idea. It kind of sucks that this is underwater, though. But does it stick through the ground? Oh, it sticks through the ground. It has to go up. Can't have it stick through the ground. That's part of the rules. I guess it's going to be sitting on the ground here, even though I'd like the other to be a thing. Move the screen thingy. Somehow ended up. Over everything else on the screen. Having an earthquake, shaking everything, don't mind me. It's partway off the screen here. Is it? A little bit. Hmm. Seems okay. All right. Happened, but it'll be shrunk down anyway, so I don't have to look at it. I think I want to put this somewhere else. No, I'm gonna, maybe I'll reduce the size of the spline or just pull the spline back so I don't have to do that here. This building doesn't need to be on the spline, it's a little boat. Let's do that. I'll just shrink this spline down here. Then I need some way to get this up higher. I guess I can just make a spline higher up too. Or I can do whatever I just tried to do there. That's an option too. I know what you're thinking. It's probably not the option that you would have thought or done, but listen, I did it anyway. I might switch my chair to a sitting position here. Or my setup to a sitting position. I'm standing anyway. I'm not really using a chair at the moment, but I'm going to shrink this down to smaller, I think. Five and a half hours of standing is starting to be a little rough. I'm super excited. Can't wait to see all the other stuff in this asset pack too. There's so much. Oh, I'm gonna do this in a different direction. I have a better idea here. Round and round we go. More splines, more bending. I'll put logs to hold everything up later, but you know, it'd be exciting. Just a little pirate world down here. I might want to do one up here too. The pirate worlds are so cool now. Like, I kind of like the giant pool thing, but if there was a pirate world under here and a world underneath, oh my god. Every room will be the most exciting thing ever. Um, the standard license prevents you from releasing the product by itself. Like you can use it in Unreal Engine and pretty much do whatever you want to it, but you can't release it like as a product by itself, or like alter that product and release that product by itself, is what they were talking about. Like I was looking over all of it. It's the same thing ArtStation has. I hate the licensing on ArtStation. I hate Fab. Like the multi-license thing is confusing and ridiculous. And very anti-consumer. But unfortunately, it's what we got. And the professional license is usually just if you make more money because they want to charge you more for it. I have a standing rule that if a company has a professional license, I won't buy their product. It's just how it is. I'm not buying their product. I don't want to support that. If you have a standard or just a license, a regular license, and I just can use the product however, then I'll buy your product. But otherwise, I don't want to sit there and remember who's what license, or I don't want to deal with that. I'm not going to deal with that. Yeah, you're allowed to do it, use it however you want in your game, and or like your animation or whatever in Unreal Engine. You just can't send it separately. That's the only problem. This could be up higher. I could put like a platform underneath it. It's got a boat on it. I kind of want the boat thingy in the water. I don't like that. Yeah, I was really confusing. I was reading through their stuff. I was like, why is this a thing? So far, I don't like anything Fab has done. Like, the whole setup is just currently a mess. They need to fix their entire thing. This is just a complete catastrophe. No wish lists. You can't easily see everything made by a particular person. This bizarre, confusing licensing system that will probably end up being changed later because I don't think anybody likes it. There have been no sales since they opened it because they're currently like just putting out dumpster fire after dumpster fire. I mean, it's just kind of problematic. I don't like it. But maybe not. They've kept ArtStation the same, and that thing is basically a failure, so I don't think I've ever heard anyone go, yeah, ArtStation's amazing. It's never that I've heard. We're not even going to talk about the amount of things that are like asset flips that people just pirated this stuff and that you can't even use. Like I've been burned twice on the Epic Marketplace because of the fact that the assets were stolen and I didn't know, and they just sold them to me like it was nothing. And yep, you know what Epic's response to that is, right? Too bad, so sad. That's it. That's Epic's response to if the content turns out to be stolen. And apparently, Fab is even worse for it. People are already reporting problems of it. So take it to mean what you will, but Fab's a mess. It's just a mess. Oh yeah, the Fab plugin's fine. But I mean, I don't like the extra step either. It was a much better system when it was built into the Epic, launcher. So I could just buy what I wanted and use it from the launcher, and I didn't need the extra step to go to Fab because what does Fab add? for the Unreal person. Nothing. It adds nothing. I don't care about Unity stuff. I don't care about the UEFN stuff. Doesn't do anything for me. So it just made everything harder. So, and it took my wish list away, which sucks because that's everything I needed. So all in all, I don't like Fab, and they need to. I'm waiting for them to improve it massively. Also, this fits together very nicely. Cool. Surprising. I do keep hoping that, they improve it, though, because we're stuck with it. Much as I dislike Fab, we are stuck with it. I really want them to go through and just verify people can sell things, so I don't get burned anymore on stolen assets. My budget's not that high to start with, so I mean, if I get burned on stolen assets, game's budget goes down a bit. I'd like them to give me my wish list back so I can know what it was I was intending to buy without having to find all the items again, because I don't remember all of them. I didn't think I needed to remember all of them. That kind of sucks. Besides that, well, they need to hurry up and have a sale so I can buy the things I want too. There hasn't been a single sale since it started, or since Fab came out. I go and look at the, I click the on sale thing and there's just 0 items. It's like, oh, cool. Very unfortunate. I would like to buy some things to finish the early portions of this game, and I cannot do that. Pretty sad. Honestly, maybe I want this over here. Yeah, I want an actual dock here. I like that already. I can already tell I like that. Yeah, pretty much that. Like, it's... So really between the crappy licensing things that are confusing and just anti-consumer to, the dumpster fire of the stolen content, the missing wish lists, and the lack of any kind of sales at this point, Fab's a mess. I'm sure they'll fix it eventually, except for the stolen content thing. They clearly don't care about that, but they haven't so far, even on the Epic Marketplace. That's where I got burned twice. Haven't bought a single thing on Fab yet. I only buy on sale. Or Humble Bundles. You buy Humble Bundles. This is awesome. And thanks again, Albedo9, if you're watching for the Humble Bundle. Speaking of Humble Bundles, you've made my night. Probably my week, actually, in all honesty. Today is a good day because Pirate City exists, and you picked this up. So, yes. Yes, indeed. I was going to have a pirate boss, but not a Pirate City. This is an entirely new development. I have to have dedicated toy areas periodically, because it's like they're little models for the toys to play on. And the assumption is that the children wouldn't use the toys to play on these, but there's no children present, so it's just time for the toys to play. This is at 6, right? It's kind of... Probably want to actually run it to the front, right? Because this side thing is too small. It looks weird. The asylum? That sounds fun. Why would you talked out of it? I mean, I like asylums. I'm all about asylums. We're all mad here. We're definitely doing some Alice Madness Returns vibes. Well, kind of. I mean, Poppet's doll, not a human, so... Well, she was a human. She's kind of not now, though. She's kind of a doll. Still. Whoa, whoa. We failed our use of the spline there. It was obvious. Mistakes had been made. I want to kind of raise this up a bunch. Might need an additional break here to really move it over some. Maybe up a little more. I want to gradually raise it up because I don't like stairs very much. Like, it's not that fun to jump upstairs. Like, it's fine, but it's not that fun. I like to limit it. Having jumped up more than a few stairs at this point, I've pretty much come to the conclusion that I would kind of like to make them not much of a thing. They just kind of break the gameplay, and there's nothing exciting about them. Other than being a novelty every once in a while. I'll give them that. They're a novelty. But not something that's fun. Oh. Well, I mean, just wait until, like, the Black Friday sale, and it'll probably be like 70% off, and that's when I buy my things. That, and there's like a spring sale that Epic would do. That's the other sale you wait and buy everything at. The rest of the time I never buy because it's just, unless it's like really cheap, in which case I don't care, but for the most part I just don't buy unless it's one of the two big sales. I suppose if I desperately needed something, but typically speaking I don't desperately need it. I mean, the game's taking a while to make anyway, so it's not like I'm chomping at the bit to get certain things. I think a few things for the demo, but I've also been waiting months to get them too. Can I run up this? Does it play the way I want? Oof, I might need to. I think after I test this, I'm going to switch to sitting. 6 hours of standing is rough. But it is very good. Yeah, I definitely like having a dock here. In fact, I want 2 docks here, and to make the, put the city more along the wall over there, I think, and have the docks out here. I'll be able to put collectibles up here. I don't care if you can jump on things either. Like, I'll put stuff everywhere. I need flying enemies, so maybe I'll have cannonballs shooting at you during this area. That'd be kind of sweet. Like I said, I have no restrictor on where you can go. If you can get on top of it, go ahead. Everywhere is fair game to hide things for it. Yeah, I think I'm going to push those against the wall. I think it'd just be much cooler to have a city thing out there. Plus the contrast of looking outside and seeing a city, and then looking at this like, hey, wait a minute. Probably looks way cooler at night, though. Let's be real here. You know it looks cooler at night. Oof. I think the actual plan with the next big sale is honestly just to get a bunch of extra characters. Like at this point, I have almost every single asset I want for environments. There's one that I kind of want, but the price tag is expensive, and I don't know if I need it anymore. Like originally I was going to use it, was the factory style stuff, the steampunk factory things, but if I'm just going to make this more like a giant, like, you know, toy shop place where kids can play with toys and things, then I don't know why I would need all that factory stuff. I mean, it would have been kind of cool for the Toy Maker's Workshop, but I could probably figure something else out for that. Not on sale, it's $150, so on sale it's probably going to be like, well, the Black Friday sale will probably make it 50. That's not terrible. That's not even in the water. Oh yeah. There's like no post-processing or anything done yet, so definitely the game will be yeah. We'll get there. Add that to my notes of things I need to do at some point. I had to combine my notes. I've been doing different notes for every day, and I just haven't combined them all. Most of the time I fix stuff, but right now I'm in drink alcohol design mode versus anything else. I did make a new thingy though. Well, I guess I upgraded. No, nope, not there. Not there. Okay, I'm looking for the room where it was at. I started adding openable cupboards instead. And now as a message, goodies inside, because I'm having to go scroll right things places that are like, you know, play. I'll probably adjust the size of the text. Yeah. You can get inside. Woo-hoo. Apparently I can't grab that, huh? Pretty crappy on that there, but still. That's good to know. I wonder if post-process just has an anti-aliasing. Let's look. Infinite. Does not. Or it's listed under something different. I don't know. It's I'll note it later. It's on the list of things to fix. Yeah, it's probably somewhere in the process things. I could sit there and try to find it, but 9 times out of 10, I find it easier to just look up where it is. Or some tutorial explain how to do anti-aliasing really good, and I'll just watch that, and it'll be done in like 10 minutes, or I could try to spend like an hour figuring out how to do it myself. Yeah. Like I say, it's worth noting. Not really important right now, but worth noting. First we build. Then we go from there. Enable nanite on all of these. Yes. Nanite is your friend. Kind of. Just me. Yes, to a sitting thing real fast. Second. Time to continue. Yeah, it is. Nanite's awesome. Really, for all the crap that I give Epic, I can pretty much say that they really go out of their way to make a lot of things easier for me. I mean, like, there's a lot of things they make that are half-assed, and I'd be really upset about them, like, you know, telling me stolen content if they didn't give me so much free stuff anyway that it's like, well, I can't be too unhappy. So, I mean, you know. I definitely have to give them a lot of credit. Pretty hard not to. They are deserving. Plus, they let me use this engine for free, so, you know. I do love them. I'm gonna give them crap on things, but they definitely have made my game dev life 1,000 times better than it ever was. Might individually make a few more buildings too. I don't know. I probably am going to make more levels and things, but this is my concept version, so the concept version is going to be a little bit less unique than it could be, I guess. Oh, that's right. I have these over here too. Let's remove this. Let's just do this the quick way, shall we? These just look way nicer. Plus, I don't have to deal with weird crap on them either. They just kind of work. Probably just... You kind of want a big area to fight in over here. That's true. Yeah, that's kind of a fun little back area here, so I'll have like giant rocks and things over here in the way, but you know, just something that's a little more interesting. My legs were so protesting, they're just like, why are you standing all the time? At the start of the stream, I mentioned that, you know, I had, in the last 2 weeks of streaming, I've actually lost 5 pounds because it turns out that every time you stand for an hour, you burn about 50 some odd extra calories. It's a few more than that. So every night I've been standing for like 5 hours, and, you know, it's like over 300 extra calories burnt by just standing. I was like, cool. Just a bizarre little fun extra. I was like, stream your dieting plan. Not the plan I was thinking, but it's a thing. Definitely a thing. All right, so I love this, but I want to be able to see. One of the things I haven't really been doing is that I haven't really been providing a lot of extra interactables, but I guess I'm just going to have a lot of destroyables and things, because Metroidvanias are not always like platformers per se. Like, they have platforming, but they're often more focused on just exploring weird areas and collecting things and beating stuff up. That's right. Nanite's here for the rest of us if we have to optimize our models. I can't wait for nanite meshes to be a thing, or nanite skeletal meshes. Doesn't really help for Poppet, but it'll help for all the other characters. Poppet's kind of, you know, going to be in the screen really close the whole time. But she is a Daz character, so when it comes to Daz, Optimization. Yeah, okay. Well, there needs to actually be one. I didn't even notice there was a door here. Well, I need a door here. Really? I just want to move it out without grabbing the whole thing. Just this one. Thank you. I do want an extra dock coming out. I guess it could be in here, but these boats wouldn't fit. So it's almost like this needs to go farther out anyway, which is kind of cool because it goes in front of the waterfall. So I guess that should probably be a thing. Let's just drag it way out here. Like, or something. I guess a boat can dock there. Maybe I'll let you play a flute there or something like that and summon a fairy thing, a toy fairy. Just straight up Zelda. I need to get an underwater post-process to look like something here, so what I probably need to do is... I don't even know on that. I'm probably going to have some sort of like vertical plane that looks just like water. That doesn't make any sense though. In all reality, this is where it should be at. Which means this should actually be farther up. True. For this to make any sense, it in fact needs to be farther up. Can only go so far up though. Hmm. There we go. I was wondering what that was. Yeah, I have a working theory that I'm going to worry about optimization later. People are like, worry about it. No, I'm just going to build the game. And then Epic's going to go ahead and keep producing new things to help me optimize. I don't have to optimize. Right? Is that how it works? I've been doing some optimizations. Not as many as I could be, but I am doing some. That's a little better looking. Doesn't do much for this up there, but I might put some plants hanging down from it to kind of hide that so it looks a little better. Or even shrink it a bit more. Not a bad idea either. I could just do it 4, and then I could just shrink the waterfall a bit too. There's actually a new water physics thing. What was it? Plugins. Like fluid. Yeah, it's Niagara Fluids. And I have one. Let's see. I tested it out. Let me find it. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but I was... When I'm not streaming, I actually will check things out periodically. And yeah. Let me go show you what it is. Good spot. All right, so check this out. This like took almost no time. It took like 5 minutes to do. Just look up a tutorial on YouTube on how to do it, and it's they'll tell you a bunch of settings to make it better. I don't remember the settings, but no, it's not terrible looking. You can adjust how much it affects the water and everything too. Kind of fell through the nothing because there's no water there, but yeah. Definitely check the tutorial on that. Like I say, it's built right in. It takes like 5 minutes. I am using 5.4, so it might not be in any earlier versions if you're using an earlier version, but kind of neat. The current water asset I'm using is was given away for free, and it was really good in UE4, but UE5 it's got problems. And I've never found a way to make the player float in it. I need to figure out how to pull that off, and oh. Yeah, okay, now that's gonna take some effort. I did see a weird, cool, like fluid pulling, pouring thing. It was pretty inexpensive. Where like they were showing like whole potion bottles and the fluids would pour out of it and everything, and I was like, this is awesome. But you know, I don't need that specifically. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Eventually, I would pick something up like that for later games. Not this game. This game, I don't need that. That's awesome. Yeah, that stuff seems amazing. I mean, I'm down to use it, but I'm too cheap to buy it for now. That'll change. Eventually. I was gonna have this be like a second story over here, probably. Not a whole lot else. I think I want to have some boats here, so I might not want to go too far out. I'm debating on where the boss fight will be. Also, this boat's too small, right? Like the ship itself is 0.3, so it should be 0.6. Honestly, wait a second. That'd be huge. I don't hate it though. I don't think I want sails because I'm actually okay with them being like more motorized things because it's steampunk. So technically, maybe. Well, whatever the case, it's gonna have to move down in the water. That's obnoxious. You can see through the boat. Really? 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 But it's not even like, not even enlarged. It's tiny. These didn't enlarge either. They don't seem to. Whatever, I'll position those later. Yeah, 300 bucks for that feature is just, that's nuts. Ain't no way. Like, I'm a fan of cool stuff, but the simple reality is that's a lot of moolah. But you gotta ask yourself, did you really need it? I mean, really? I kind of figure you don't, right? Because, you know, unless your game is literally water-based for some reason, you probably can get away without it. Obviously, if your game is like Fluid Simulator, you should probably buy it. Saying. One of the things I kind of want, because it'd be really fun, is there's actually a grinding system. It'd be so cool to grind along the pipes and everything like that. You just slide. I don't need it, but I was a fan of, you know, Jet Set Radio in the past, so, you know. Don't hate. It wouldn't be a mechanic that could really have space to fit in there, so I don't really think it's going to make the cut. Obviously, I'd have to pay money, and I don't think it's necessary, but still, cool. There needs to be like a ladder to get up to this or something. That's not true. There's got to be a ladder. I could make you jump onto it too. One second. Oh, let's do this here. Yeah, you could probably do it. I mean, at the end of the day, all those fluid things are really just how materials do stuff, right? Like that's just a weird material thing. So in theory, you could do it. Theory. What is this? Ship part. Oh. Oh, I see. That's not fitting. The ship would need to be smaller by a lot if I'm going to do this. Huh. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was Jet Set Radio's big thing. You were just literally, you had rocket powered rollerblades and you were grinding on things and like graffitiing stuff. That was the whole game. And it just went over the top. It was so funny. It was just so stupid. Pretty soon, like, it starts with just, you know, simple police coming after you. Pretty soon they're sending, like, you know, tanks and choppers and giant robots to fight you just to stop you from graffitiing things. It was a blast. Really old game. Some company made a game called Hover that was kind of like it. That was more recent, but yeah, this is such a problem. I didn't even notice this earlier. There must be something that goes on there to make that not there, because that's just a gross oversight to have this bizarre line where you can just see through the thing. I mean, listen, that's what Prime does to you, you know? Too much Prime and you turn to something. Have you never seen the Meat Canyon version of for Prime? It's should look it up on YouTube. Meat Canyon Prime. Oh, will change your worldview. But he just makes funny like animations that take things to a very dark place. Yes. I'm assuming this is actually the part I'm missing, and that will fix the ship. I hope so. Kind of weird, but okay. I guess at this point you turn into a weird thing from Lunchley, right? The Mr. Beast Lunchable knockoff that apparently has moldy cheese. I guess he didn't realize the reason they have all the preservatives in there is because when you put your cheese in a box and put it on a regular shelf somewhere without refrigeration, it molds. Weird, I know. Funny how that works out. Okay. All right. All right. That fixes it. It wasn't an oversight. Ooh. What's this do? What this? I kind of want to lower the water. But I kind of built the whole building, so I can't really lower the water now. I guess I could, but I did kind of already build a bunch of stuff, so why is the pivot point so far away on this thing? Well, sir, I don't like it. Like it wants to be farther forward or something. How is it supposed to fit? Is this like on the front? That can't make sense. It's like other areas? I mean, where does it fit? I don't even know. Is it backwards? Might be backwards. Like a puzzle here. Assembling the weird boat. So I can't imagine that the deck things like this seems like this totally seems like a back of the boat thing with these decks and stuff. And I'm assuming this is the back of the boat. This has to be the case. There's no way. It makes no sense. I didn't hear about that one, but that's hilarious. Oh yeah, you know, people don't seem to realize that a lot of these companies have tested this stuff and can tell you firsthand that, you know, there's a reason they've done things as they are. Sometimes it's pure greed, but sometimes it's because legitimately problems are caused. I guess it goes like this, and it's just a weird back thing like that, huh? That seems weird. That doesn't seem right. Oh, never mind. It's a 0.6. Needs to be smaller. That might explain something. This has to be a back of the boat. That looks like it fits way better. Hmm. It's kind of cool. You're only climbing the ladder though. Yeah, it needs to fit somewhere in this little flat area. It's not quite right because it looks like this wants to go to the back of the ship like that. Because it matches so perfectly. Then up here it seems a little bit like it's too not quite perfect, you know? Also got to realize it's, you know, going to be dark, so people often don't even notice the slight variation issues anyway. I need to wait onto the boat. I do kind of want the boat here. I might put stairs onto the boat. It's kind of weird. So I guess technically you could just jump onto the boat, right? By now you might even have double jump. I don't even know where double jump's coming in. Actually, you should have double jump by now, so I should be planning for double jump. You'd be able to make this otherwise. Even with single jump. Hey, people will be like, why can't you climb the ladder? Well, you can just jump up, so, you know, it's kind of pointless to climb a ladder anyway. Well, it's starting to be kind of a cool looking scene, honestly. That's kind of the goal. Everywhere you go, I want you to kind of ooh and ah and watch as they commit suicide over there. Huh. Anyway. Oh, I don't care about the ladder climbing. That's just not a thing that's probably going to happen. The only time I'd make a ladder climbable is if you needed to get up to an area, but if you can get up to an area already, there's no point. Because nobody's going to sit there and climb a ladder when they can do that. Probably. I mean, that's actually incorrect. I could make it where you could climb this by putting a bunch of little stupid, Does that even have ladder abilities? I was gonna say, you could put the little level traversables here. And climb that way, I guess. If them wanting to climb a tiny ladder over just jumping up is enough to make them not like the game, I don't care about their opinion one bit. This is perfectly fine. Ladders may or may not end up in the game eventually, I guess. But in most cases, it's since you can just jump up somewhere and nobody's going to use them. There would have to be a reason to put them in the game. I probably need to put some sort of here to grab. Or I put rails so you can't do that. That's kind of the working theory. If you can grab it, like, you know, or you can just jump up there, then there's no point. You'll have double jump by that point anyway. I think I put that stupid double jump like 9 million places too to test out. See if I could jump things. I should probably just enable double jump. I don't need it for everywhere though. I think I put one up here. And one in the final room. Yeah, we'll see. There's one thing I've learned is don't add extra features. Extra features are bad. It's not necessary for the game, don't do it. I mean, you can make some things that are fun, but like easy features. We'll see what happens by the end. I just don't see ladders as being a thing. Because there's never been any point in the history of the world where ladders are fun. They're like stairs. Stairs aren't really fun, but stairs are also, you don't have to do anything to add them. You just literally drop them in the game. That's it. You need an effect for the second jump. What if I give the Emperor... Well, when am I giving the Emperor out? I think I'm going to give the Emperor out after this, so you come back and do the underwater stuff. I see. Well, I'll take the -1 review on that. As far as walking through doors that are open, of course, like if a door is open, you can walk through it. I'm not. If you can see somewhere to go, I let you go there. I don't have any qualms about that. But I'm not really going to add any more ladders. It's the only ladder that's in here, and I might just put crap in front of it so you can't climb it. But I mean, like I say, there's never been any point where ladders are fun. They're like stairs. Stairs aren't particularly fun. But like I said, you don't have to do anything to add stairs. You really care way much more than I do about that. But sure, I'll put something in front of it. I will find something that goes in the way of it. Oh, there's nothing on here that does that? That's no fun. Thought there'd be some matching crap to go with it, but there's just like nothing. Lift stuff. Little tiny rocks, I guess. Stock parts. There's your SM ladder. Can't put that in the game. That leads to unhappiness. Alright, fine. I'll go get some crap from somewhere. There's some barrels. Barrels. Here you go. Actually. Barrel in the way there. There's a barrel in the way here. A couple more barrels. Now look, no problem. That's what it takes to be AAA. I do regret how high the ceiling is, and I kind of wonder if I should move this down somewhere in the water. Yeah. These days, I think if you just make your game fun, it's already better than your average AAA game. I probably need to put this a little lower in the water in general. Makes more sense if it's lower in the water. Right? Because why would it be so high in the water? Oops. Got to lower this one. Yeah, pretty much. If you can load it, it's better than AAA. You're not wrong. You're not wrong indeed. Guess I can move all this stuff there. Sally's ship here. This too, including the barrels. I can find them later. Or just easily select all of Sally's ship. Which is not a bad thing because, well, I made the mistake of not organizing the first time and oh, half this is already in there, huh? Really? I don't recall putting any of that in the Sally ship thing, but I guess it just is, huh? Weird. Okay. 5:12 a.m. Loading in-game sim, it's all triple. Pretty much, yeah. Just loading forever. Ha 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 ha. Okay, perfect. Simulate playing a AAA game, constantly loading. We can't get this up higher, right? Like this isn't gonna work. Is it? Take the static mesh, we move it out. There we go. I just don't think this is gonna be possible. Just because it hits the ceiling, and there's not much I can do about that. Without drastically lowering the water and everything here. They might not look up and see it, though. Yeah. That's like every AAA game ever at this point. I'll put this out here and then see what I'm going to do about it later. I don't know. Possible I might put this boat in a different area or something just to make it easier to deal with. It's like there's an additional part that's missing. Right? Maybe it's supposed to go over some or something. I don't know. Actually, wait. The other one's at negative, so chances are this needs to be negative as well. No, that doesn't make any sense because the thing there is a thing, so it's like 90 and 90. I'm assuming. And that makes them fit better? Maybe. Something like that. Yeah, it's like they're supposed to be like a little spike. Oh, I guess there is a sort of spike. Pretty much. I remember a funny meme game that I played like a million years ago. And it was called DLC Quest. And literally, they made a joke of everything being DLC to the point where, in order to move left, you had to pay for a DLC. It was terrible. It was just, you want color in your game, you want sound, all these things. Everything was a DLC. And you get to the final fight, and like in the little like the expansion of Live Freemium or Die, and the end boss is literally selling you DLC to beat him. It's so stupid. It was a laugh. It's just a dumb fun game. You can beat like 2 hours or something, but it wasn't wrong. It was quite adorable. So where does this fit? I really feel like I'm just building a ship model here. You know? Like, is that what it does? What do? I guess that's where it's supposed to go. Oh, okay. It's a ship. Nope. I think I actually played it on stream at one point because it was so easy to beat, like a long time ago on YouTube. I was like, yeah, sure. This is like, it was just so short. It was pretty funny. All right, let's see how it looks. It's one thing to see it while looking like this. It's another thing to actually run around it. Well, I'll probably move the whole ship back or something like that, and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about it, the ceiling thing there, but I like that the ropes move. What about if I hit the ropes? Okay, well the ropes clearly need to be moved down and over a bit. Oh, they don't even have collision. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I'm gonna have to move these all over the place. That makes me look like I have to move it up, but the other one makes it look like it has to move down. I have questions. Almost like it's rotated weird. Here. And then these have to come forward some, it looks like. Well, it's kind of a cool little boat. The other ship one had like individual everything where it had every little piece to make the boat, and the boat that you got off you could copy off there was something like hundreds of assets to make this boat. I'm just like, 0 out of 10. Did not like. Check the how long the camera is. 66% power. So apparently the camera's still doing fine. After about 8 hours, the phone usually starts running low on power. But it's only been like an hour and 46 minutes. I have plugged into the computer, so it's powering at the same time, but I still find it kind of runs out. Okay, so I could have another dock over here. So I kind of just want the one boat, because it just seems more interesting if there's the one boat. But then what do I do with all this? Like, what's the point of this? Like, I need some reason out here. Hmm. Almost like a Mr. Beast thing. I might go viral. What it should really just be is the people, like, 300 people have to mine enough crypto to open the next level for everyone. And you get all the crypto they're mining. And each new one there, the next people, it doubles and they have to mine even more crypto. You know you want this to be how it works. They mine you crypto, you make money. I guess I can use some of these cliff parts. What do these look like? They look cool? Whoa, 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 whoa. Kinda, sorta. Problem is, they're going to be much smaller because I can't have them going into the other place. I gotta do like way smaller to fit because they're just huge. They're like giant cliff sides, and I don't want that. Hmm. Do I want to make crazy cliffs here? Maybe. Maybe. You have a little volcano thing too. Put it right there. Little volcano island. Might be kind of neat. Go that far down. Little pirate cove. Ooh, pirate cove. Like, all right. There has to be a little pirate cave now. You know there just does, right? Like, that's how it has to be. We've all pretty much agreed that this is the new way that life is. Once you see the ability to make a pirate cove, you got to make a pirate cove. I don't make the rules. It's just how it is. Sometimes you got to make the rules. But other times you have to follow them. I don't know if I want the pirate cove here, though. Like, maybe this is a thing here, and then I have, like, a pirate cove thingy down here. I got this whole pool over here that I can mess with, so I can have, like, pirate cove down here, though this is already pretty big, so I was mostly going to do underwater stuff here. I guess I moved this over here along the start of all this to decide what I was going to do. I guess the textures to floor, that's kind of cool. It might stay. I don't know yet. It does kind of give something to do with this area. I'm not going to have a lot of underwater here, I don't think. There'll be some underwater stuff, I guess, but... You have to come back with the Emperor, and I don't know where I'm going to give the Emperor out. Probably not in this area, because I want the water to be dangerous in this area. So if I give the Emperor out here, it just nullifies having all this as being a problem. I don't like that. No, I do not. Well, let's say I start putting rocks in weird places to try to make things look a little better. Could put this like here at the window. These rocks are kind of lame by comparison to the other rocks. I could do that. Oh yeah, I gotta fix this. Oops. Oopsie. A little crappy going on here. I don't quite like it yet, but we're getting there. Something like that, so it sticks through like that. The water coming through there. Let's get rid of these rocks because they suck. These other assets are way neater. I might just get rid of this one here. Let him walk underneath the waterfall. That's kind of cool, right? In the waterfall. I don't want to replace some of these pillars with rocks instead. Means they'd have to go all the way to the ceiling. Can't do this. Whoa. That's such a weird look when you move like that back and forth here. It's crazy. It's like it's growing. I mean, it's not. It's moving to the side, but tell me that's just not freaky looking. Oof. Dude. Rocks are alive. Oh, God. Still too large, huh? Whoa, 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 whoa. What just happened there? Questions. 0.15. 8.2 is way too big. Get this done. That ain't happening. Oh, wait, isn't nanite amazing? Wild how much nanite does for you. People are like, what in my tiny project with nothing in it, it does nothing. Yeah, I know. You gotta have a really complicated project or nanite scrap, but what am I making here? You know, like gonna build up my pirate cove here. It is pretty funny to watch something like it. It just does incredible things. Be like a double jump scenario here. Damn, only 5 million? Jeez. Really skimping on those triangles there. Mm-hmm. $5:30 a.m. Feels like 5:30 a.m. Ah, yes, optimizing. Who does that? Optimizing is weird. We don't optimize around here. That's strange. We don't need no stinking optimizing. Right. Game runs when it runs. Alright. Boing. Oh, I don't even need a second one. I just have one. Well, she can get through this, can't she? Of course she can. But she's tiny. Oh no! Oh. Huh. Unintentional platforming. Ooh. That's right. We were with the AAA model of motto of things. If it runs bad, buy a better computer. Great. This collision is surprisingly good on these. And I hit an invisible collision. I just had to talk it up. Okay, now I kind of like what's happening over here. I didn't at first, but hear me out. I do now. I kind of want a little more space here. Kind of get through there. These will be in Sally's room. I'm a big fan of accidental, interesting platforming. I mean, it's fine. I don't know if I want more than one of those there. I kind of like that it's like, some rock thing that's like going all crazy. I think I want to put stuff around it. I just have this plan. And the plan consists of, is it cool? That's it. It's the plan. It's a very small ball game. Everything's small. I'm not trying for big and amazing. I'm trying for feeling like you're tiny at all times. We'll make like a little pirate cove thingy here. Maybe blockade this, like... I really want this to be how you get through. Which means I probably need to block that and then add something to jump through or some way to sneak through or even a platform that rotates through or a boat that moves. Or I could bend this in a funny way too. I could, first off, I could rotate. This is not. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Forcing her to duck to go through here isn't terrible, or even like just making it small for her. Or I could get a boat to sail through here too. I don't know what ability she's going to have at this point. It makes it questionable on what I can give her for it. You know? Like, I have ideas of what I want to give her, but... Mickey Pirate Cove with the, thing in the center. Well, I could actually put platforms in here or something. They're a flat rock. Pretty flat. Can't do that, obviously. That's huge. Lines aren't going to save me now. I probably want to change out this pool so that it's no longer like a regular pool and I just get rid of the borders of it. And instead just put one wall here for the water. I don't hate it. But it also makes sense that it's a pool, so it's kind of a thing, you know? Like, it kind of makes sense. Ooh. What if I make it bigger? Like, have some sort of a fight over here or something. Bizarre rock formations leading to who knows what. Might be another better flat rock too. I want it flat enough that they can fight on it. I don't want the AI to have to try to figure out how to move on it, you know? Like, build it in a way so that there's nothing that's too large. This actually goes to the ground anyway. Can't do that. Can, but Don't want to. I guess the enemies don't die from the water. Not wrong. It doesn't go through the ground. That goes through the ground. I can't have that. That was the other one, actually. Higher up. One of the downsides of building a building that, you know, but each level is part of a toy thing is that I have to continuously worry about if it goes underneath or not, these things. So let's say I rotate this one this way. And then I'm going to put this in the center. Can't even see where I'm going. Trying to grab these. The pipe and that. You can enter into the volcano. I don't know why I started in the volcano. I don't get the full effect of having to run over to the volcano. That's not very fun. Oh, I guess I didn't click the button. Sometimes you gotta click the button. I think. Yes, I clicked the button. Did it freeze? We're going a long time. It gets a lot less stable the longer it's been going. I could fight in here. I need to add more rocks along the walls to make it look cool. 3P. I mean, it's kind of neater to do this, right? And you can do that, so there's no reason not to just block it off. That's like way too strong. You can't even see where you're going. Fell in the water. So, well, the problem moving this over is that it sticks through the thing, right? Kinda. You can still jump onto it, so it doesn't really matter. As long as you can jump onto it, it's kind of irrelevant. I kind of want to put this somewhere else. Like, I kind of want to put it over on the, in this room. But the problem with that is this has a whole underwater world, which gives you a whole big area to play in later. I kind of wonder if I want to do that knowing that, whereas this one doesn't really have much of an underwater. But it's not really deep enough to have an underwater. Like, I mean, I'll have an underwater option, but it won't be very deep. Unlike the next room, which is pretty much golden for a huge underwater world. Have to have places that the Emperor protects you from, right? Probably go another 49 minutes or so, and get to the full 8 hours. Get that 16-hour workday in. I enjoy streaming a lot, an unhealthy amount. I don't know why I would enjoy streaming. I never thought I would, but just do. This still sticks to the ground a bit. Why it gotta be so fun? I mean, realistically, I enjoy game dev and I enjoy chatting with people. So between the two, just saying, this kind of works out. Yeah, I don't care if that goes into that wall because you can't see there. I wonder if I could shape it like a pirate cove. There's only so many rocks and they're kind of weird shaped. So I don't know if I can get really cool looking pirate cove out of this, but the thing I've learned is just start placing things. You never know. It might turn out really cool. It might turn out lame and I can always just delete it later. You know, it's not like going to ruin my world if I go, oh, this is terrible and have to delete it. Okay. I've deleted a lot of cooler things than this. That's for certain. Sometimes you discover stuff is amazing because it's just really cool. I don't like this here. I don't know if I want an actual ceiling on it or not. I'm just thinking fights. Lots of fights. We already have that complicated of a fight though here. That is kind of a thing to note. I might just have some cool freebie in here too, for that matter. Freebie's the wrong term. Well, let's see. Let's say I lock this to double jump. You already have. I don't want to give the Emperor out right now is the problem. I really don't. I'm waiting to give the Emperor out till later. Like a wall in the way of this. You can't even get into these. I might as well block them. I'm going to black them out too. And migrate it over a little bit so it's a little more centered. Then move the whole floor at one point. And all these things are off center. As of it. One should be blocked too because, well, there's a giant pool in front of it. It's not like you can do anything with it anyway. Let's not do that to the player. These two. Because there's a mechanic of being able to jump outside as long as you're within range of the building, like, and you can wander around. You just can't leave the building, so you have to be touching the building, basically. Oh. I didn't realize I was going to put a giant pool in here, so a lot of these windows are kind of worthless in this particular area. It is a 2-story room, so technically these rooms could be used for something. I don't know where I'm going to let you go from here, though. The whole play outside of the windows, I'm still thinking about how it's going to play out perfectly. Like, you know, it's pretty much Jay. There's definitely... I love streaming. If it wasn't for the constant, you know, the 8-hour day, like work day, and then coming home and streaming, I would stream so many hours. Oh my god. Because I mean, I just like obsessively work over things. I enjoy working on game things. It's so much fun to me. I always feel there's like a certain point where the energy level is just like... It's usually right around 15 hours where I'm just like, ugh, okay, well... Maybe I do need to be like, you know, sleeping at some point, some year. Also, there's a tomato sticking through the thing. That's a phrase you probably didn't think you'd ever hear. There's a tomato sticking through the thing. What dark turn has your life taken that you've led to hearing that particular saying? Mile Manor building from the outside, weird tomato village inside. Don't question it. This would be like the most fun place ever if you were a kid. Just so much weird crap. Also, this is here. Why? That thing. I have questions. I need to go through and replace these with splines and make them slightly better. They definitely could. There's no need to make this right here when I could have a nice cool path through here and then like a separate path through here that's more bending. But this one might not bother. I might just have a cool bending path this way. And this is the door is too low to actually do. I have to raise this door up if I want. And then on this side it wouldn't fit very well. I don't know. I'm putting a lot of time into these things here, but like, you know, it's because, you know, got this asset bought for me, so now I want to build with it. Had it not been for that, I probably would be doing something very different. This is the kind of derailing that I can live with. The best kind of derailing. I put all the cool stuff here, make all the neat things. I don't know what I'm going to fight in here, but something's got to be in here. It just seems like it needs to be the case. You know? I really want to put a tarot card in here is what I want to do with it. I don't know which one. I really have no idea the order they're going to be given out in beyond like the first 4. Of all the tarot cards, which one fits a weird, you know, volcano type of theme? I mean, well, let me put the list of all. Do. The various tarot cards here. Already giving out the Fool there. I don't see how the High Priestess or Empress are going to be particularly good, or the Emperor. Hierophant's already got one. I don't see how Volcano has anything with the Lovers or the Chariot. Strength with double jump, which technically that would be kind of a fitting thing for here, but if I'm giving it out for the boss fight, the first boss fight, that doesn't make any sense. Wheel of Fortune doesn't fit too much. The Hermit. This is a pretty good Hermit location. Oh, I'm tapping the ground. This is a good Hermit location. I could see that. Yeah. I don't see how the other ones will fit terribly well. I'm not giving out the world. The moon I want to give out someplace where there's the moon. I'm not sure about where I'm going to give out the sun yet. Judgment. This is a judgment location. This really feels like a hermit location. I want all the tarot cards to have a really unique location they're given out at. For the most part. I mean, a couple of them aren't that unique, I guess. I mean, the Fool's given out at a carnival. The Magician Room's pretty boring. I think I should fix the Magician Room to be less boring. The Star is given out in Painting World amongst like the whole space thing amongst all the stars. You have to do a jumping puzzle there to get it. The Hierophant's given out in the chapel. Pretty obvious location for the Hierophant. The Hanged Man, I don't even know yet. Somewhere with bubbles, I guess. I don't know. Somewhere that... It would have to be someplace where things are like hanging, right? I need like a hanging garden or something like that where I give out the Hangman. I don't know, something. Where you have to like find it up suspended in the sky. Yeah. I'm half designing based on things that sound cool and also kind of half designing on the order that I want to hand things to people. If an area is cool, I mean, I often just let myself start building and things come out and it's like, this is cool, I love it. But yeah, I think I'll give the Hermit out here. A reasonable location for it. The Hermit doesn't really do anything. It was originally going to give you like a force field thing, but it's not that cool. You need some mechanic that involves being alone and like you're just on a solitary journey. You change it and boom, the Hermit. I am going to make custom cards though. With Poppet on all of them. I probably should make that particular blueprint at some point. Gotta make a blank card. What I'll probably do is I'll probably just take these cards here and I'll just erase all the stuff from there like that and just create a blank card that way. Or I'll put something over the top of it and I'll just use these cards without any erasing. Or I'll come up with something, I don't know. I'll figure some trick out. And then I want to have like a number that can be altered so I can change those and a title that can be altered. And then I need like a suit that could be altered too because I need to have the minor arcana as far as for upgrading purposes. Because they are I mean you should get a whole tarot deck, right? Isn't that how it works? Like it should just be every single tarot card. And all the major arcana in here because all the major abilities, but if you upgraded those abilities by finding the minor arcana, yeah, Nearly Beat Brownie giveaway. Oh my god, if I had something like that now after having alcohol too, and as tired as I am, I would just fall asleep. Mitch seems like, and he's like, okay, that sucks. Lost him, everyone. Heck, you're halfway to losing me already at this point. I did catch a brief, nap between work and streaming, so that does make me able to go longer. Yeah, I'm probably gonna put this in here. Let's put some enemies in here and watch them fight. Um, doo-doo. Maybe that big one necessary. Ah, screw it. I don't want to reposition it. I don't need to. Let's get a spawn stuff. Maybe there could be a big enemy here, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to put the Hermit higher up. I thought about it and realized that you should have to launch yourself up to get to it. It just seems like something you would do. Gotta help you if you miss. It's a pretty big thing, so you're probably not missing. Might though. Maybe. Possibly. Yes. Yes, indeed. Alright, so let's move the spawn stuff up so it doesn't try to spawn on the ground. Like it loves to do. I should probably leave a lot of these placed where they're at just for the enemies I want them to have spawn places, and then I can just plan it out. There's no reason not to. So to be fair, I really don't know all the enemies I want to spawn in places, nor have I made 90% of the enemies that I want to spawn in places. Ooh, true. There's no light in here. Guess you better fight fast. I'll have to figure out something to act as a light. I haven't made any kind of nature lights yet. There's actually no lights technically in here as far as them counting for lights. That's true. Do I have anything that'll act as a light that fits? Not really. We'll grab a placeholder light. Probably make a better light. It's a bit too late for me to want to do that though right now, so I'm just going to keep building a few more things and probably ride out the night. So we'll put this temporary, very ugly post here. Very ugly. But it will get the job done for the moment. Just for mechanical purposes. I want them to go under the waterfall too, so there needs to be a waterfall they go under as well. Need to also not land in the water. I'm gonna start from back here. We'll get the full experience. The full experience indeed. I need more stairs. I don't like stairs, but I kind of want a second floor to wander around on. I kind of want to force people to go behind. But we'll see how that goes. You can easily make that. I wish there was a window over here to go through. That'd be sweet. I assume there'll be some way to stop, like, you know, stop you from progressing until you've actually done that. Maybe I'll actually use one of the spawn stuff ones that forces you to kill the stuff before you can even progress. I already have that created, so. Oh. That's dangerous. I think I need to reduce the strength of those by an order of magnitude. They just, well... they're so powerful. Perhaps I just bring it down some. Like I just move the whole thing down. I kind of want to reduce the power, but at the same time, in this room, it's kind of fun to land on the chandelier. Yeah, pretty much. But using these things, you can actually bounce your way up to the chandelier and land on it, and I'm going to put a hidden thing up there. So I like how powerful they are. I might need a crappier one, though. You know? I guess I'm not double jump at this point, but whatever. It's kind of a cool image, though, you know? But I kind of just jumped clean through it and didn't actually get launched. I should have been launched. I mean, this giant capsule launches you, so... they're very big. I could reduce the size of the capsule, I suppose. It doesn't aim you very well from where you want to go. Can I explain bit masks? I don't think I've ever heard the term bit masks, so I'm going to go with probably not. I was thinking, I was like, have I heard this term? I might have heard it somewhere, but if I did, nothing comes to mind at the moment. What context is it used in? Well, yeah, I know it's in UE, but what thing in UE uses them? Because UE has a bajillion things, so just because it's in UE doesn't mean I know anything about it. Whole systems in UE I never use. It's made to do all these things, and I don't... in enums. Is it? Oh. See. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, I can only assume it's just yet another flag that can be, triggered somewhere along the line in something. It's just something that, as a notification to the system that you can do something. As far as when you can do that, I have no idea. Most of the time for enumerators, what I do is just make a list of things and then use it as a switch statement. Just so I don't have to type the things again. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Yeah. I barely even use enumerators, to be honest. I usually just name things with strings instead. But in the case of something where the names are never going to change, yeah. Well, the accidental platforming was better than the non-accidental platforming. Funny. There needs to be lights to pull this off. And the problem is you don't want to launch forward. You want to launch sideways. But if you're doing that, it's not really particularly well planned out because you don't really think to do that. You think to go this way, which makes the most sense. I just look up a video, one of those like it's like a WTF series, like WTF is enumerators, and it probably will tell you what it is. Quick little video explaining how to do that stuff's usually pretty good. Oh, with double jumps, you could probably just make this jump. Almost certainly. Problem is this, right? So the actual problem is not that. The problem is actually just moving this over somewhere else, right? I'm just going to Groupon these together. Like, what if I just move this one out of the way over to here instead? And then maybe move this one a bit. And then wish I had something cooler than that crappy light to use, but that's a tomorrow me problem. Not a now me problem. I did just make a whole area up there. Now I kind of want them to launch up here, and then I want to move this over to here so they have to go get it. Kind of like the long hermit journey. Kind of cool. I'll have to blockade some things, I'm sure. Next all stiff. Probably start looking for someone to raid or something. That didn't quite work. I don't have double jump on. I know, unfortunate, but you can still get up here with that double jump. I mean, that's a pretty good location to get the hermit, right? It literally is showcasing a city over there, and then you having gone all the way over here to be on top of a mountain instead. They're so funny sounding with their little chickens. Oh, ghost chickens. Or I guess possessed chickens, they're not like ghosts, but... That's okay. I mean, you have to pretty much figure out how to launch yourself in this general direction, which is, I guess, fine. I mean, you know, there's not a bunch of an indicator, but all in all, my only concern is this thing here, which means I probably need to build it higher, because double jump is a thing. It probably defeats the entire need to launch yourself with that anyway, which could be okay, honestly, because the launch is pretty crap. I do kind of want to have random launchers in places, but I don't know. Yes. Oh, you can easily get up here with double jump. Get up here too. A double jump's just a lot. You get to do that too, a double jump. So unless I want to have a thing that's specifically limited over here to reach, there's not much reason to have that. This just lets you get really far. You can get here too. So yeah, I gotta fix that. Because I don't want that. And I'm assuming you'll have double jump by now. Those things are actually kind of irritating too if you have too many of them. Oof. Maybe I'll seek out someone to raid or something. As exciting as this is, by the time I hit that 8 hours, I am just feeling the rough, you know? See who's available. Raid them. I need to learn the names of more people. Get to know them. Find someone who's got like one viewer and just send people their way. Maybe. See what this person's doing. Really? Nah, they got like a bunch of... That's no fun. Right? Someone who has no one. Okay. Cool. Sounds like an ad. Let's make a pirate game. What? Maybe. Not that cool looking of a pirate game. Kind of sad. But no game starts out that cool anyway, so yeah, that's fine. I want people using Unreal Engine. I'd rather watch Unreal Engine myself. For a game. Maybe. Ah, what the heck? We'll just send this guy over the pirate thing there. I'm sure he's got. Okay, it's not many interesting options. This seems okay. Send over to this random person. Got one follower. Maybe they're interesting. I saw one viewer right now. So anyway, I'll catch everyone later. And be back on tomorrow night to stream more than I should. Yes, yes indeed. Thanks for watching. Yes. We'll have fun and raid someone. Bye on them. Yes, indeed. Catch you later, JG. And see you later, YouTube. Can't really send you on a raid on that one.